Okay, so we have to head back to Whitechapel? I thought there was like a butcher shop here.
What a ridiculous idea to have asked Holmes for something to do. Where on earth am I going to find what he wants? Perhaps that kind Lucy will be able to help me.
Oh. I guess we'll go to Lucy's then.
I must go to Miss Bella's.
Oh, okay. Then I guess we'll go to,
I must go to Miss Bella's.
Okay. We're running around everywhere. Poor Watson.
Good evening, Lucy. But is something wrong?
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Yes, it's my uncle.
Oh.
He's no longer with us.
Oh.
Please accept my condolences.
Yeah, it's been about a month,
miss.
right?
Thank you, Doctor. But why are you here? Can I help you?
My request may sound rather strange, but do you know if there is a butcher's or slaughterhouse in the area where pigs are killed?
Yes, Fletcher's the man. He was a regular client, owner of a little butcher's shop not far. But Miss Bella didn't want him to come, as long as he didn't treat his awful sickness.
Oh.
Can you point to his shop on my map?
Certainly.
Uh-oh.
Do you know anything about the two latest murders?
Oh, goodness me, no. All the girls in the neighbourhood are terrified. Who will be next? That's what everyone is asking.
Yikes.
Goodbye, Lucy.
Until next time, perhaps, Doctor.
Perhaps, but maybe not. Okay, so she put it on the map. Yes, it is right here. So I was kind of like... I had to unlock it first, I guess.
Ah, there's Fletcher's butcher shop.
Okay, because we came here for the...
Closed due to illness. If the proprietor is ill, the butcher's block is probably not being used. Perhaps I can use it. Now, where could a sick butcher have got to?
Probably next door to the clinic. We can check. Or we can ask the doctor.
Yes, if Fletcher is ill, he should be here.
Indubitably.
Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Dr. Gibbons. I have come to see you because I was wondering if, by any chance, you happen to have a patient by the name of Fletcher, a butcher who would have relinquished his shop due to illness. An illness caught during nocturnal encounters, if you catch my drift.
Fletcher is one of the regulars at the clinic. Mercury treatment against syphilis. A night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury.
Damn.
He left London a fortnight ago for the fresh country air. Why is he of interest to you?
Oh, no reason. I'm more interested in using his shop, only for an hour or so. Would he have left his keys with family in the area?
He has none left, but he must have left Hardiman, the cat's meat seller, to oversee his shop. They're in business. They're good friends.
Do you know where he can be found?
No, but wander around the neighbourhood and listen for his beep beeps. He often passes in front of the clinic. Besides...
Was that
I don't
all?
know anything more, Doctor. I'm sorry.
Okay. Because he was right at the end of the street when we talked to him before. Why aren't you coming out of the gate? Do I have to click on it to open it? I guess so.
It's me that you're looking for, sweetheart.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Well, I hope that the cats are okay.
Actually, no. I am looking for the cat food seller, Hardiman.
Hardiman? Poor Hardiman? It isn't quitting time for him yet. That gives me some time to wander the streets before he shows up, and with him all the cats hereabouts.
Oh.
Do you know where he lives?
Sure, and for a copper I might even tell you.
Here are a few coins.
You're too kind, Governor. Well, these days I knows that he lives with his mammy on Hanbury Street, in the same place where Dark Annie bled to death.
Oof. Hanbury Street.
Do you know where he lived?
Wrong
Sure.
button.
Here are a
You're...
There we go.
Why did you call him poor Hardiman?
Bah! He's in grieving, of course. Just a few weeks ago he lost his wife. And 3 months before that, his girl, poor fella. He was in tatters. Even came to cry on my shoulder, believe it or not.
Okay.
Well, I must leave you. I must go to Hanbury Street.
Okay. Hanbury Street.
This is the building in which poor Annie Chapman was killed. Beep, beep.
There he is.
Beep, beep. Hello, are you Mr. Hardiman? That's me.
Okay. Can we get into the shop?
I am Dr. Watson. I have come to see you about Fletcher's shop. I would like to use it for an hour or two, if you have the keys and your rates are reasonable. Do you want to operate on someone in the butcher's?
Oh my
Not
god.
at all. One of my friends needs it to prepare pig's heads. Well, why not? Fletcher certainly wouldn't mind, but there's a problem.
Okay, what's the problem?
A problem? How so? This morning, the neighbour above broke his key in the door. The old boy must have already had a drink. So? Well, I tried my best to unjam it with Fletcher's spare key, which is pretty thin, and bam, that one broke too. Hard luck. But if you have the end of the broken key, perhaps it can be fixed. It must still be upstairs. I didn't pick it up. Fletcher has a key too, so I didn't think it was a problem. Fancy, if I just had another key with a simpler blade, I could copy it. I'm great at odd jobs. Fine, I will try to find all of that.
Okay. We're on a mission.
Well, see you later then. Goodbye, sir.
So we go back to the shop?
I have no reason to go that way.
Why not? Must still be upstairs, so is that in his home? Or upstairs above Fletcher's? I can go into this door. Cat's meat, okay. This feels like a good spot. Weren't we in here before? Or something?
Oh, no. But what a... Oh, how
Ugh.
dreadful. Kebabs, the same as Hardiman's. So he prepares his meat here.
Yeah.
Kebabs, the same as Hardiman's.
Okay.
This bag contains butcher's equipment. My word, these are innards.
Ooh. So is this his room here? Oh, here's the key.
Where can I find a key with a simpler blade? On a worthless door, perhaps.
On a worthless door. How does that help me? Oh yeah, that lady was murdered right back here. Oh. On an outhouse?
This key was left inadvertently. Indeed, there is nothing terribly precious inside. But what a stench.
So do we think we can combine them? Oops. Do we try it? I'm confused. Isn't he... Was he trying it in the door upstairs? No, it doesn't seem like I can do anything there. Well, let me go try and talk to him, see if he has any dialogue. If not, maybe we go back to the shop.
Have you found everything I need to remake the key?
Oh, we gotta give it to him.
There you go. I think you'll manage with all of this. I'm sure I will, sir. It won't take me long.
Okay. The butcher's upstairs.
Say, I think there's some of your business upstairs. Oh, you're right. I ain't had the time to sort it out. Sometimes I'm in such a hurry to prepare my meat that I forget to clean up.
Ooh.
But why do it in the stairwell? Offal bleeds bucket loads, they do, as you've seen. Now, why would I do that in my own lodgings? Ah, of course. But what about your poor neighbours? They owe it to me, all the times I've helped them out. And I don't have a shop either.
Oh. I was gonna say, like, why didn't you just do it in the bathtub? But they don't have bathtubs yet.
Say, you sell animal meat, isn't that right? Would you know where I could find a dozen small pig's heads? The guy who gets me my offal should have some. I'll pay your day's wages if you meet me at Fletcher's butcher shop in 2 hours with the pig's heads. Here's a little advance. I'll do my best, Doctor.
Aww.
The caretaker of another building told us that the place where your mother lives has a reputation for facilitating prostitutes' activities. Is that true?
Whoa, what?
Sure, the doors are never closed. They come through here like it's Paddington Station. By the way, I heard about your loss. My condolences. Ta, sir. I saw them die slow deaths.
Oh.
My little girl, her face was eaten by the disease.
Oh no.
Thank you, my friend, and please forgive me for bringing up such painful memories. Go, I must do my rounds, and I will look for what you've asked for. As for me, I will go and find Holmes, and we will go to the butcher's together. Let's return to Fletcher's butcher shop.
Rightio.
Your heads are on the block inside. Say, you wouldn't be the same chap who bought my whole load the other day.
It's possible, but if you want to continue to do business together, you mustn't speak of my presence in the area to anyone.
Don't worry, my lord. I'll be as quiet as a church mouse.
No. And now we can control Sherlock.
Holmes, will you explain the reason and rhyme behind this masquerade?
Elementary. We shall conduct an experiment that will allow us to answer a simple question. Does the type of weapon used by the killer correspond to a specific profession?
Yeah, like instead of him potentially being a doctor, what if he's a butcher?
And here are our sow's heads. Congratulations, Watson.
You're welcome, Holmes, but what do you really want to do? Take up a collection?
Trying to get a different angle. Ooh. Okay, we have some things.
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding.
This wheel. Okay, got it.
I need something.
Something for the wheels.
There is nothing further to find in this room, Watson. However, I need some knives. Our only hope is behind this door.
Oh. Okay, I can grab that wheel.
This wheel is broken and
Okay, we got that.
This wheel is broken and...
Okay. Maybe I gotta go... My God. Rotate the camera, please. Maybe I gotta go out of the shop?
There, this door is slightly raised.
Oh, okay. Now we can pick this up.
There is nothing further to find in this room.
Okay, do we put this wheel down here now? Okay, we had to swap some
While I
stuff.
prepare our experiment, could you find me 2 knives? A small one, somewhat larger than a pocket knife, with a large, sharp blade. We'll need it to separate the bones and to cut through the thick skins. Then find me a long knife that's at least 13 inches long, no shorter, that's sharp and has a thick blade.
Fine, Holmes, but I'd like to tell you about Hardiman. Do you know that he prepares his kebabs himself, and...
That he owns butcher's tools and uses offal? That's obvious, Watson. Pray, take my magnifying glass and my rule and get started, Watson. Find me these 2 knives.
Oh boy. Okay, where are we finding knives? Looks like we have a drawer over here. That's about it. We're gonna have to measure them. So we need, first we need a small one, somewhat larger than a pocket knife, with a large, sharp blade. Small. Smaller one with a large, sharp blade. So we have to make sure that it's sharp. Does this one require length? The long, sharp blade. So this one will probably...
Thanks to the magnifying glass, I can find a small knife that matches Holmes's description.
Oh, it's got blood all over it. So that does not look very sharp. I'm gonna say this one. And then... Did it go out of the inventory? And then we need a long knife that's at least 13 inches long, no shorter, that's sharp and has a thick blade. So which one would have a thick blade? Would it mean like this? This is not sharp. That is not sharp. This is a thick blade. That is not sharp. I feel like it's going to have to be this one.
With the rule, I must find a large knife.
This one is large.
Size, 13 inches.
Yeah. So we have them in our inventory? Yeah, I guess we can try those. That's the only one that's 13 inches. It's not as sharp as I would like it to be. Or as sharp as it probably should be. But...
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Oh.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
How do I know which one is the wrong one, though?
Large size. Fragments of cartilage.
Oh.
Fragments of cartilage.
Maybe I gotta click on all of them?
Fragments of cartilage.
Fragments of cartilage. Did I think I measured all of them.
Size, 11 inches. Size, 7 inches. Size, 8.5 inches. Size, 10 inches. Size, 6.5 inches.
So maybe with the signs of cartilage, that means that it is sharp. Right? So let's swap this one. Let's look at this. Okay, can you give me anything?
Size 6 inches.
Okay. I'm gonna take that one. And then let's swap this one really quick. Let's magnifying glass it.
Large. Large size.
Large size.
Large size. Fragments of cartilage.
How big was this one? This one's only 11.
Size 13 inches.
I think I needed to click on all of them, like experiment with all of them first. Let's see.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
God damn it. So we need a small one that obviously can cut through cartilage, right? We need to separate the bones and cut through the thick skin. So we would want a small one that has the blood on it to cut through the cartilage. So I think it's got to be this one. Although that one's got stuff on it. Let me test this theory out. Oh.
Here are the knives
Okay.
you asked for. Be careful, they're awfully sharp. Holmes, I must say that this experiment is making me rather uneasy.
That's why he was
Comparing
saying there was
animal heads
cartilage
to
on
these
it.
Poor women.
You're right, Watson, but this somewhat shocking experiment may help to end this massacre and save other victims, you can be sure of that. Look, these pigs' heads are still bloody, which will suit our experiment perfectly. I have a pocket knife and a scalpel with me. With the 2 knives you just brought me, we have a similar array of weapons as those probably used by the killer. We saw 3 types of throat wounds on the deceased attributed to this man, those intended to slit the throat, those intended to decapitate, and the more superficial yet mortal wound that led to the death of the unfortunate victim in Dutfield's yard, Miss Stride. With the help of these 4 knives, we are going to try to recreate these wounds on the pigs' heads and see what we can establish about the weapon or weapons used. We may also be able to rule out Miss Stride as a victim of the killer of the other 3.
Yeah, we didn't go to that crime scene, though. So now I control Sherlock. Oh my. Identification of the crime weapon or weapons. So it says, with the help of your 4 knives. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. With the help of your 4 knives, try to reproduce on the 3 pigs' heads the wounds indicated by Sherlock Holmes and determine which type of weapon or weapons were used by Jack the Ripper. Click on a pig's head to get a close-up image. Once you have selected one or several knives for each wound, select 1 or more knives and place them in the crime weapon section, which is this, right?
Let's try to use these weapons on this head to obtain a large deep wound to the throat, like those that were noted on 3 of the 4 victims.
Okay. Oh. Did I do it?
This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade.
I didn't know if I could carry it on. Wait, how do we know which ones are which?
This pocket knife is very sharp, but its blade is too thin.
Yeah, this one's not doing very well either.
The wound is too shallow.
This one looks more like it.
Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh. Elementary.
Oh. Okay. Oh, I can reset it. Okay. So...
Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
Charming.
Ugh. Charming. I mean, it looks very much like this one.
This knife with a long blade easily slices the flesh, but cannot dislocate the vertebrae.
Which was the problem. They tried to and they couldn't do it. No, this isn't thick enough.
With a scalpel, the wound is too shallow.
Correct. Could have been this one.
The blade of this pocket knife is too thin to reach the vertebrae.
Okay.
Look, Watson, this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend.
He said elementary when I did the...
Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
So because
Charming.
he didn't do it, I feel like this one shouldn't have...
Look, Watson, this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend.
So that's why I think that that one didn't do it. Because it can easily slice it, but he didn't do it.
Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single quick blow is given. The scenario in question is that of Dutfield's yard.
Okay. Oops, I'm doing an awful job of this.
Look, Watson, the blade sinks easily into the flesh.
Okay.
In using the cutting edge of this pocket knife's blade, I can scrape the skin.
Ooh, scrape.
This particularly sharp blade can make a deep gash with one quick slice.
Okay, so I'm thinking this one and this one.
It cuts through the flesh easily as the blade is so sharp. Elementary.
So I think, for this one, I have
Let's
to have...
try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
Charming.
Charming. I think I have to have all of the slice marks.
Look, Watson, this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend. The blade of this pocket knife is too thin to reach the vertebrae. With a scalpel, the
This
wound
is kind of
too shallow.
gross. I'm being honest.
This knife with a long blade easily slices the flesh, but cannot dislocate the vertebrae.
Maybe it's these three?
Elementary.
Okay. That makes more sense now. So... I guess there's only... What do they want? It's one that could have been used in all of them? So it's this one, right?
That's it, Watson. The big knife.
That's a
With
big
respect
knife
to
to
the
carry
opinion of the
around.
medical examiners who noted that a butcher's knife with a long blade would have caused the eviscerations on some of the victims, we can assume, Watson, that he only used this type of weapon as it is capable of inflicting all of the wounds displayed. Furthermore, the Dutfield's Yard murder remains attributable, for the moment, to the Whitechapel killer, if we are able to explain why the murderer used his knife in a different manner. Why not go there now? We will try to reenact the killer's actions that night. Our first objective will be to clarify one way or another the statements of Constable Smith as well as this Hungarian by the name of Schwartz. We must also try to find out more about the International Working Men's Educational Club, underneath which the murder took place, perhaps at the Wasp's Nest.
Yes, let's go to
Did Sherlock's
Duffiel's
eyes just
yard or
move at
wherever,
different-
But quickly, I am in
different
urgent
times?
need of fresh air.
The heck is
Let's
going
go to
on
the
with this
Wasp's
game?
Nest.
Ooh. And we have deductions or conclusions. No conclusion? Okay, we have this one. So the same butcher's knife was used in the crimes against P. Nichols, A. Chapman, L. Stride, C. Eddowes, and M. J. Kelly. So we got there from the murder cut open Polly Nichols' throat. Chapman's killer used a weapon of great size, and her killer wanted to decapitate her. There is no organ trafficking in London. We did find that out. Okay. To the Wasp's Nest.
Don't forget that Bluto may still be hiding here. I will try to find out more inside. You, Watson, must intercept the policeman on his rounds. Given the hour and a bit of luck, it will be Smith. Try to get some information from him.
Understood, Holmes.
Oh, who are we? Okay, so we're Sherlock right now. Talk to this guy, maybe? I guess we'll try to talk to everybody, really.
Hello.
I know you. You're Squibby's guardian angel. You weren't dressed the same last time, but I don't forget a face. No hard feelings, eh? Join me in a glass?
No thanks.
Your Jack the Ripper is on everyone's lips and written in all of the papers. You must be awfully proud of yourself. You have skill, that's for certain. It's a shame you use it to mask rather than discover the truth.
You better believe that I'm going to find out who it is. I got a hold of old Schwartz's interpreter. You know, the Hungarian who saw Liz Stride get it. Doesn't speak a word of English. And when he went round to the station, another Jew went along to interpret. I found that bloke, and he repeated everything that had been said at the station. It won't be long before I find these fellows.
Okay.
Why do you say these fellows? Were there several of them?
Do you not read the papers, or what? Well, given the rubbish that you read sometimes. Let me explain. At 12:45 a.m., Schwartz goes down Burner Street towards Fairclough, on the side of the road where the Workers' Club is. A bit further from there, just near Dutfield Yard's wooden doors, a chap and a lady are arguing. The Star said that the bloke wanted to push the girl into Dutfield's yard, but the translator told me that Schwartz saw him pulling her towards the road. She doesn't want to follow. He grabs her by the shoulders and throws her to the ground. She falls. Bawls a bit, but not too loudly. Old Schwartz is scared, crosses to the other side, but continues in the same direction. The bloke with the girl notices him and yells, "Lipsky!" At the same time, another bloke at the corner of Fairclough and Burner who was lighting his pipe gets in on the action. He starts coming towards Schwartz in a menacing way, and Schwartz takes to his heels, doesn't see anything else. Once he finds out that a woman got herself killed, he went to testify and identified Long Liz Stride as the woman he saw getting thrown about. So there were definitely two blokes, mate. But why am I telling you all this?
In vino veritas.
Ooh, fancy.
I'll take my leave then, Mr. Bulling.
That's right. Till next time.
Okay, do we check with everyone else, just in case?
A draft, my good man.
Here, sir.
The Whitechapel killer.
Tell me, was it not a mere stone's throw away from here that the Whitechapel killer struck last week?
That'd be Jack the Ripper, that's his name. Slit the throat of a working girl in a small courtyard over there behind them big wooden doors.
Below the Workers' Club?
The very spot, below Lipsky and Co. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack was one of them, if you catch my drift.
Huh.
Tell me, was it not a
Oops.
mere
That'd be
below the work?
the very...
My bad.
Lipsky and Company. Do you mean to say that someone called Lipsky runs this club?
Nah, it's just that it's full of Jews. In Whitechapel, we call them all Lipskys, like that Lipsky who killed that girl in Batty Street last year.
Oh, really?
Last year, a Jew named Israel Lipsky killed a lass who was 6 months pregnant by making her drink acid. One trial and one protest by rabbis later, and he was hanging. By those who don't much like him, the Jews are called Lipskys.
Is the term Lipskys used to refer to the Jews in the area, and is this club frequented by Jews?
You got it. Socialist Jews even. They spend their evenings hollering, singing. I've seen them spitting on the bosses.
And you know the victim?
No more her than any other. The working girls don't drum up business too much in this street. They need a reason to end up here.
Very well. Goodbye.
Cheers.
Whoa, why was that so loud?
First and foremost, I must find P.C. Smith.
Was it this guy? Right in front of your face, Watson?
Good evening, Constable.
Good evening, sir.
I am Dr. Watson. Would you happen to be P.C. Smith, the man who patrols this beat?
That's me. And you work with the famous Sherlock Holmes, don't you? What can I do for you?
What you can do for me?
I believe you were on duty the night when the murder took place here. You would certainly be able to confirm a few details, such as the time of death that the medical examiner gave.
It's just that I wasn't there when the body was discovered. I don't think I can help you.
Oh, okay.
But I was told that you had seen the victim that very night.
Oh, are you lying?
Indeed. But it was before the murder. I saw her, not far from here. She was talking to a man. It was around 12:30 or 12:35 a.m.
Okay, elaborate.
What did this man look like?
I only saw him from behind, really. He was wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap in a dark colour, and a white collar. He seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet in his hand wrapped in newspaper, about 18 inches long and about 6 inches wide.
His outfit reminds me of someone that I know. Was he a large man, on the older side?
I don't think so, no. Even though I only saw him from behind, I would say that he was barely 30 years old, or even less, say 28, or even less, 26 years old, and 5 foot 8 inches tall at the very most. He had a small dark brown moustache and an olive complexion, I would say, but once again, I only caught a brief glimpse of his face in 3/4 profile.
Nobody else saw this man?
I discussed this previously with Mr. Eagle, the president of the Workers' Club. That night he returned around 12:40 a.m. to the club. He used the passage through Dutfield's yard to get into the club because the main door was locked. He can attest that he didn't see anyone else in the passage at that time, but wasn't really paying attention to who else might have been in Burner Street itself. He was listening to the song coming from the club. In short, no one else saw him.
Well, thank you for having satisfied my curiosity, my friend.
A fine evening to you, Doctor.
I don't know, Watson. Shit, where's my mouse? Oh, I control Sherlock now. Okay.
Well, Watson, let's go to Dutfield's yard.
Oh, okay, here's... I was like, where's the hand? Oh. Oh.
Your interrogation of P.C. Smith has proven to be very shrewd and of great interest. Thanks to the information I've managed to gather and that you were able to read in my notes in Baker Street, Watson, we can recreate what happened that fateful night at this location, Dutfield's Yards to be precise, the site of Liz Stride's murder.
Okay, so now we're at the site. Reenactment of the facts. So midnight. The club meeting ends. If I click on this, I'm not dragging this, right? So we can put this.
Midnight, the Socialist Club meeting ends. The members, mainly Jewish men, gradually begin to leave the club in little groups or alone.
Okay. Well, we are missing something, though. Don't know what. Oops. How do I... Timeline. Okay. 12:20 a.m. The American goes out for some air. No one is in the street. So now we have...
"12:20 a.m. The American leaves the Socialists Club for some fresh air. The street is deserted."
12:30 to 12:35. PC Smith sees Liz speaking to the man in the packet. So should we put that... Oh, interesting.
12:30 to 12:35 a.m.
Cool.
Smith notices Liz Stride talking to the man with the package.
12:40.
12:40 a.m. Eagle, the president of the club, enters the workers' club via the passageway through Dutfield's yard. He passed through Dutfield's yard. If Liz Stride had already been killed, he would have had to walk over her. The murder, therefore, had not yet happened.
Okay, so now after 12:40. 12:43 passes by Dutfield's yard and witnesses the attack on Liz.
12:43 a.m. Israel Swartz passes by Dutfield's yard and witnesses the attack on Liz Stride.
12:44.
12:44 a.m. Schwartz crosses to the other side of the road. The attacker sees him and yells, "Lipsky." The attacker must have shouted to his accomplice at the end of the road, "Lipsky," indicating at Schwartz using his head in an attempt to scare off this undesirable.
What are you talking about?
12:45 a.m. Schwartz runs away, followed for a short distance by this man.
Okay, and then 1 a.m.
1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz wants to enter with his cars, but the pony refuses. We know that the murder took place between 12:45 and 1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz, therefore, must have disturbed the killer. Let's place Liz Stride's murder on the timeline, Watson. "12:45 to 1 a.m. The murder of Liz Stride. It took place in this very spot, as the traces of blood were very confined. We will come back to this point in a few moments to elaborate on what could have happened. Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson.
Okay.
Watson, imagine the victim laid down there on the ground.
Okay. Magnifying glass. We have some blood.
The throat, there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards.
The wound to the neck is clean, starting from the right and slightly oblique and descending. So the blow was given to the middle. Maybe I should wait on those. Her tongue isn't out.
Her right hand, it is bloody, as is her wrist. Her left hand, it is closed around a bag of pastils. Her left hand, it is closed around...
Is there anything else?
Her knees and dress, they are clean.
Yeah.
Her knees and dress.
Can you go more this way? Yeah. Okay. There's something over
This
here.
door leads to the club for Jewish socialist workers.
No, go up the steps. Go up this way. Can he not? I guess not. So, let's see. So the knees and the bottom of the dress at the front are clean. So bloody right hand and wrist. The carotid wasn't slit. So maybe she touched her neck? She was bleeding from the nose. Victim had her hand cut. The victim put her hand to her throat. That's what I think. The knife blade used in her murder was thin. The murder weapon used against her was a mezzaluna. Or it was thick. It was thin? Okay, it was thin. The wound to the neck is clean, starting from the right. So the blow was given to the middle of the neck? No, it says it starts from the right. The blow was given with the right hand. The blow was given with the left hand. Yeah, I would say that they used their right hand to do that. There's only one wound and it proved to be mortal. The victim had her neck wrung. There is but one superficial wound to the neck. Murderer struck the blow from below. Struck the blow from above. Struck it from his height, I think. I don't know, though. Murderer is a lumberjack. The murderer is weak. The murderer is strong. Killer is a weak man. Is a strong man. Is a woman. I'd say they are a strong man. I think they're probably ambidextrous, but they are right-handed. This doesn't lead to something. I don't know. I wonder if there's more things we have to find. If not, we'll try to leave and see what he says.
The throat, there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards. Her knees and dress. Her left hand, it is closed around a bag.
It says nothing about the blood.
The ground is muddy.
Okay, the ground is muddy. I think that's our last one. The ground is dirty. But her dress and stuff is clean. The victim was careful. The victim didn't struggle on the ground. Yeah, she didn't struggle on the ground. Victim was killed lying down. Victim wiped her clothes. Victim was killed upright. Probably upright. She had her back to the killer. Her murderer were lying down in the moment of the mortal blow. No. Her and her murderer were standing at the moment. Yeah. So then these two would go together. Killer's taller than the victim. Killer's shorter than the victim. Killer's approximately the same height. No, it must be a little taller. No. Oh, something is wrong here. No, I think she had to have been upright. Okay, so this has to be correct because these are green. What if this one's wrong?
We have two possibilities. The first is that Liz Stride's killer
even
and the
remember what I
attacker
changed
seen
it
by
to.
Schwartz were one and the same man. The second is that Liz Stride meets a client. After some discussion, they head towards Dutfield's yard to do their business. As soon as they arrive, the attacker appears while his accomplice keeps watch. Schwartz's arrival dissuades the two men from lingering. They leave the area and leave Liz Stride in a tense state, but glad to have kept her client. He will be her murderer. Both hypotheses are possible, but an incongruous detail will serve to corroborate one of them. An incongruous detail that we were able to establish regarding the Hanbury Street murder. Which one would that be, Watson? Look at the victim carefully, Watson, and tell me the link between the murder of Liz Stride and those of Nichols and Chapman.
We control Dr. Watson. Well, they...
No, that's not it. No, that's not it. No, that's not it.
The bag of pastels, Holmes.
The
The bag of pastels. Indeed,
What?
Watson. If this woman had to defend herself against an attacker, why would she have held onto this bag in her hand? It didn't fall because this woman's hand tensed at the moment when she fell to the ground. Therefore, Watson, we know the killer distracted his victim's attention by making them take something out of their pockets.
Oh.
Why didn't he slit her throat like the others? He must have feared a struggle with this strong-willed woman. Why didn't he eviscerate her? Because Louis Diemschutz arrived.
Do you think the Whitechapel
Gotcha.
killer is behind this murder, Holmes?
Yes, and now this murder has been linked to its rightful perpetrator, it will take on deeper meaning when we have examined the facts from that night. Let's go to Mitre Square, where Catherine Eddowes was killed. And make haste, Watson, as we have another murder to commit in 40 minutes.
What?
Here we are, Watson, Mitre Square. It took us a mere 20 minutes to get here. If the killer left Dutfield's yard around 1 o'clock, as we assume, he would have arrived here at around 1:20 a.m.
Interesting.
We know that Catherine Eddowes' body was discovered at 1:44 a.m. Catherine was released from prison around 1 o'clock, but we have no information as to what she could have been doing until her death. This place has 3 possible ways out. Let's see where they lead.
So there is plenty of time for them
As a
to
precaution,
commit
I
the
brought
murder.
an old map of the area with me. It will help us get our bearings.
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighborhood makes me ill at ease.
Yeah. Okay. So is this X supposed to be where we're at? St. James's Passage. Oh, there's the street, there's the square, there's the synagogue, there's the church passage. Okay, we are in the square. So far we just hear cats yelling. Head down this way. So she was
Church Passage. It must be opposite the Imperial Club at 16 to 17 Duke Street. Let's go to the end of this lane, Watson.
She was released from the drunk tank at 1 a.m. Oh God, this is terrifying.
Hello, you must be Abraham Solomonovich, am I right?
Yes, that's me. But I know you. You brought a lad to my place to take care of a cat, and I loaned you my mask.
That's me. May I present?
Sherlock, your
Dr.
disguise was not very good,
Watson,
apparently.
Of course. Delighted. And you? I have known for a few days that you are a detective by the name of Sherlock Holmes. Is that so?
You don't miss a thing, do you? It was the children who gave me away. Am I right?
They didn't want to, but I gained their confidence by offering them a small comb and half a cake.
They made a good deal out of it, so I don't blame them. However, I must request, as a personal favor, that you do not reveal my identity.
You have my word. Curiosity is just killing me, as you may have guessed. Would it be breaking an oath to confide in me the nature of the investigation that you are leading?
I guess we could.
Does this spot where we are now in Mitre Square mean anything to you?
A demon lives in this city, Mr. Holmes. These unmentionable acts degrade the human race and put the Jewish community in terrible danger.
Lots of rumours are circulating, but they are but rumours. I see you're leaving the Imperial Club. It's a stone's throw away from Mitre Square, and the 2 recent murders were most probably discussed in there. Do you know if anyone from the club saw or heard anything that night?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That night, 3 members of our club saw a woman talking to a man at the very spot where we are standing, a few minutes before the body was found, at the end of this passage. Fantastic, Holmes.
Calm yourself, Watson. There is nothing at the moment to suggest it was the victim. Can we meet these members?
I am afraid that won't be possible. As soon as the police heard the evidence of these men, they were sworn to silence.
I understand.
But you are working
Because
for
of
the
you,
good,
probably,
and I
Sherlock.
must tell you what I know. One of the 3 men, my friend Joseph, left that night with 2 other members of the Imperial Club, Harry and another Joseph. It was around 1:35 a.m., perhaps a bit earlier. When Joseph, not my friend, but the other, the Aldgate butcher, exited, he saw a man and a woman in discussion at this very spot where we are.
These men must have been about 16 feet away from the couple.
That's about right. So Joseph, the butcher, said to the other 2, while pointing at the couple, "Look, I don't like going home alone when I see this kind of people here." My friend Joseph looked at them without noticing anything strange and didn't understand what he meant. They had the look of 2 rather unkempt people, but no more than that.
Interesting.
After the murder, did these 3 men tell the police what they had seen?
Not quite. Harry stated that he hadn't seen the couple. As for Joseph, the butcher, even though he was the one who commented on them and pointed them out, said that he couldn't remember anything except that the man was about 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall, no more. My friend Joseph, on the other hand, did his best to cooperate with the police.
Okay.
And what did your friend Joseph say? What did this man and woman look like?
The man must have been 30 years old, about 5 foot 7 inches, light complexion, and a fair moustache. He wore a loose, dark jacket, a grey cap, and a red scarf around his neck. But he said that he only saw him for a brief instant, and it would be impossible to recognize him.
And the woman?
He only saw her from behind. She had her hand on the man's stomach and seemed to be pushing him. He said that he remembered that she was small, was wearing a black jacket and a black bonnet. After his testimony, the police took him to see the clothing of the deceased, and Joseph said that they looked identical to those of the woman he had seen. Like I already said, he only glanced at the 2, as he was headed with the others in the direction of Aldgate.
One final question. The Imperial Club is a Jewish club, isn't that correct?
Indeed.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Solomonovich.
Bah, it was nothing. We must at all cost prevent this demon from striking again.
Agreed.
And the police seem to have some difficulty in doing that. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Holmes.
Okay, so what the fuck do I do?
This building is the Great Synagogue of London. We must, first and foremost, locate the 3 exits leading to Mitre Square, Watson.
Okay, so... we were on the street. Oh, we were here. Mitre Square. So we took this way to the passage where the synagogue is. I guess we'll keep browsing around then for the other areas. Oh, there's stuff all over here.
Now then, we will need a lantern. Now then, we will need a lantern.
Oh, is this what this is over here? A lantern? Definitely could have used that earlier. Oh, we have matches?
Take the lantern, Watson.
Perfect. Oh, it's all back here. Oi, Watson!
Watson, we are now in the exact spot where poor Eddowes tragically ended her days.
Oh, I thought it was behind that cart
This
there.
spot is very dark, Holmes.
Yeah.
That is probably why our murderer chose it.
Okay, let's get a look.
Do these objects spread out by the victim remind us of anything, Watson?
The items are meant for a woman. Yeah, there's more items spread out. These items belong to the victim. These objects were before the murder. They belong to the victim, so she was being searched. The murderer searched her. Those are some wild other things.
The head is turned towards the left. The murderer must have been on the right side of his victim. Let's look at her from the front.
Oh my gosh.
The eyelids were cut off. The nose was cut.
Oh god.
The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner. The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner.
She has a cut on her lip.
There is but one wound, Watson. It goes from the left side and descends in a slight oblique towards the right side. There is but one wound.
Okay, that's what he was talking about. Her intestines are hanging out.
The eyelids were cut off. The cheeks were slashed to make them... The cheeks were slashed to make... There is but one wound, Watson.
Okay.
The main incision goes from the sternum all the way down to the groin. The murderer opened this abdomen as if it were an animal carcass. A kidney was removed. The uterus was removed.
Oh my god.
These intestines were pulled out altogether to grant access to the abdomen.
Oh.
A thimble is located right beside one of the victim's hands, just like Chapman's sachet of pills and Stride's pastils.
Distraction.
The inside of the thighs is clean. Once again, there were no sexual relations between the victim and her murderer.
Oh, yikes.
Part of this apron is missing. We will follow up on that shortly.
My goodness, Holmes, it was a slaughter.
Yeah.
Understand, Watson, that our killer had neither the time nor the conditions to bother with the niceties. He had no more than 7 or 8 minutes at most to kill the woman, open her up, and all the while in total darkness.
Holmes, it's a woman, a poor victim you're talking about.
Consider all the time this man lost and the risks that he actually took by cutting the victim's face and the lower abdomen in around 20 precise spots, especially the
Damn.
lungs and the liver. These attacks, which I considered gratuitous, are in fact nothing of the sort and have as much sense as the removal of the organs. We must, first and foremost, locate the 3 exits leading to Mitre Square, Watson.
Okay, do we need to do deductions though? Thimble was found, is found right beside the victim's hand. Murderer lost a thimble. She held the thimble in her hand, or she struggled. She held it in her hand. I don't know which one these ones go to. Probably like this. Oh my goodness. So we have, oh gosh, her liver and lungs underwent small incisions. Her kidney and uterus were removed. Her nose was cut. Her cheeks were slashed to become thinner, and her eyelids were cut. The murderer hates kidneys. Murderer knew anatomy. Murderer did not know anatomy. I don't know what the face stuff has to do with that. Oh. So the wound to the neck goes from the right and slightly up leg and descending. Murderer was behind the victim. The blow was fierce and instantaneous. The murderer wanted to decapitate the victim. The murderer is a bit shorter than the victim. The wound is superficial. The wound is the same kind as, yeah, it is the same kind. I think, maybe. So the central incision goes from the sternum downwards towards the groin. Ugh. This must be correct because the murderer wanted to decapitate her, and we have this now. Murderer is ambidextrous. The murderer is right-handed. The murderer must be left-handed. So the wound goes from the right. That is incorrect. They're ambidextrous. No, something is wrong here. Let me do this one down here. So a piece of her white apron is cut out, and the items at the victim's feet are very orderly. So the objects fell by chance. Her killer likes order. The murderer is unfeeling and organized. That feels pretty much there. The central incision goes, oh, down. Okay, so the murderer cut open the stomach in a surgical manner. Murderer opened her abdomen like that of an animal. The murderer cut open the stomach randomly. Yeah, I don't think that surgically they would cut it downwards like that. So now we have these. So what could this one be? This is wrong. We'll have to change it. She died the same way as Liz Stride. The murderer is short and left-handed. The murderer strangled his victim. I don't see anything of strangulation. What if he is left-handed? An accomplice of Liz's murder killed Eddowes. Liz's murder did not kill Eddowes. They may be one and the same. I think they are. Wound is superficial. So for her, starting from the right and slightly oblique and descending, and then hers, oh my god, these photos are crazy. Do you think these are the photos of the real victims? I've just realized this. So her wound also goes from the right, slightly oblique and descending. So had to have been done with the right hand. This one's incorrect, so I feel like this one's gotta... There we go. So they didn't want to decapitate her. They just wanted it to be fierce and instantaneous. They are also right-handed, and it all is kind of like the same. Wow, okay. Let's head down this way. I don't know
This is Mitre Street, from where Watkins, the constable who found the body, came.
Okay. So here's
I
another...
have no reason to go that way.
Okay, so now this is the street. So now we're at the street. We went to the church passage. We gotta find St. James's Passage then, right? Is that back this way? Yeah, St. James's Passage.
This dark and narrow passage leads to St. James's Place. Watson, we must now consult our timeline. We began in Dutfield's yard, but this time we will try to recreate the actions of certain people. In this case, those of the two policemen.
Okay. Same timeline. So 1:30 a.m. PC Watkins enters Mitre Square.
1:30 a.m. PC Watkins didn't see the corpse while on his rounds.
Okay.
If PC Watkins did his rounds properly, and there is no reason to doubt this was the case, as he discovered the corpse a quarter of an hour later, the murder hadn't yet taken place, and there was no one in Mitre Square, unless they were hidden among the shadows. Enter Mitre Square via Mitre Street, Watson, and stop and try to see me with the lantern. I will be where poor Edow's corpse was.
So if we walk up, it is very dark. He's over here. There's no way you're going to be able to see him. Okay, stop, stop, stop. Stop, stop, stop.
Now then, we will need a lantern. Enter Mitre Square via Mitre Street, Watson, and stop and try to see me with the lantern. I will be where poor Edow's corpse was.
Oh, now I have the lantern. You could kind of see him.
I see you, Holmes.
Perfect, Watson. Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Okay. The murder hadn't happened yet. Hadn't taken place at 1:30 a.m. Okay.
Very good, Watson. Thus we can categorically state that the murder had not yet occurred at 1:30.
1:35 a.m. A man and a woman are in discussion at the entrance of church passage.
1:35 a.m. A man and a woman are arguing at the entrance of church passage. The man came from Aldgate.
And then 1:42 PC Harvey arrives. So are we thinking it happened between 1:35 and 1:40?
1:42 a.m. PC Harvey arrives in Mitre Square. It should be noted, Watson, that the constable didn't enter Mitre Square. He could not have seen the corpse lying on the ground. But would he have been able to see a man sitting or standing? Go to the church passage entrance, then come back and try to see me while holding your lantern. I will stay at the spot where the victim was discovered.
Okay. We're gonna walk this way.
I see you, Holmes.
You had to proceed into the square in order to see me, something Harvey didn't do. It is possible that the killer was still there. 1:42 a.m. PC Harvey arrives at Mitre Square, but does not go in. The murderer may well have still been there.
And then 1:44, the body is discovered.
1:44 a.m. The body is discovered. Let's put the murder of poor Eddowes on the timeline, Watson.
Yeah, between 1:35 and 1:42.
1:35 and 1:42 a.m. The murder would appear to have taken place between these times, that is to say, within 7 minutes.
Agreed,
Wow.
Holmes. But does this really prove that our killer had the time to perpetrate these two murders?
Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
So Sherlock and Watson took 20 minutes to go from Dutfield's yard to Mitre Square. So where will this go? 1 to 1:20?
There, Watson. We are now certain that the murderer really had the time to commit these two murders.
Incredible! This spot is making me nauseous. Can we not head back, Holmes?
We certainly can't, Watson. We have one final point to address. Do you remember the piece of white apron that was missing just now?
Oh, yeah.
It was found just a few steps away from here, at the entrance of a building. That's where we must go. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, I guess this was the spot.
There's the spot, Watson. By night, Goulston Street is deathly silent, which will permit us to carry out a fair few experiments. Let's find the entrance where the piece of the victim's apron and the mysterious chalk message were found.
Okay.
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. Look at these signs, Watson. Look at these signs, Watson.
Oh, there it
There's
was.
the spot where the apron and the message were found by PC Long. Now, let's recreate the scene. Remember, Watson, it was raining that night. Find me something with which to mimic raindrops hitting this wall while I write something with my chalk.
The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. But what does it mean?
Have you found something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Find a container and some water. Let me remind you that it's nighttime and the street is deserted, Holmes.
Okay. We need to find a container and some water. Got it.
I have no reason to go that way.
Maybe down the way that we started with those, like, there's like supplies or something. Oh. This is probably water? Oh yeah, it's right from the gutter. Okay, perfect. So maybe down this way we'll find a supply that we can put water in? Over here somewhere? Oh. I also think I want this.
That may come in handy. Who knows?
Oh, there's a...
A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
Yeah, we can't reach it. Oh. You gonna step up and try and get it? What's this over here? Where are we going?
An old wooden pole. A merchant probably threw it out.
Probably. Maybe we stand on the thing and then we push the watering can out. Where's he going? Okay, he's going over here. And a rope.
That may come in handy. Who knows?
Okay, let's see if we can combine anything. There we go. I don't know if we gotta keep pushing this somewhere or something. Okay, we have it in our inventory. He really just like walked up there like no big deal. Gonna make a loud racket at this time of the night. Oh, he got it! Okay. Now we can use this to... Gosh. Get the water. He's up there. Okay. Now where is Sherlock again? Back this way? Here he is.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Now we control Sherlock.
If this message were written by the killer, then it would have been lying in this entrance for up to 35 minutes before being discovered. Let's find out in what state it must have been. This message could not have withstood an entire night in the rain.
Ah.
During the investigations carried out on the night of the double murder, PC Hulse inspected the entrances of this street around 2:20 a.m. and confirmed to have seen nothing out of the ordinary. At 2:55 a.m., 35 minutes later, PC Long found Catherine Edow's piece of apron and the message in chalk. This message would not have withstood a whole night in the rain, as had I continued to water it for a little longer, I would certainly have erased it. It was written, therefore, at the moment when the piece of apron was dumped. This substantiates PC Hulse's statement, which stated he had seen neither of these during his rounds. After its discovery, it was guarded and protected from the rain, which was subsiding, which explains why it was still legible when it was erased at 5:30. My dear Watson, when you met P.C. Smith on his rounds in the street, where was he? On the pavement or in the middle of the road?
In the middle of the road, Holmes, without a shadow of a doubt.
Good. You will go down the street with your lantern as if you were a policeman on patrol, using Smith's position as a guide. As soon as you see the entrance where I used the watering can, tell me if you see anything.
Okay. Alrighty.
There, Holmes. From here, I can see something written.
Can you read it?
No.
Do you see the white rag, Watson?
I see something on the ground, but I'm not sure if it's what you were talking about.
PC Long, who found the piece of apron, was examining the interior of the entrances, and yet nobody would have predicted that this piece of material would be discovered on the very night of the murder by a policeman on patrol.
What are you trying to get at, Holmes?
Let's look at this message on the wall, Watson. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. In other words, the Jews were possibly blamed for nothing, but that will no longer be the case. Reading this message naturally begs one question. What would that be, Watson?
Why?
Indeed, Watson, why? For what reason would one have the right to blame the Jews in the future? Remember, Lestrade was killed near a club for socialist Jews, Edow's not far from a synagogue and the Imperial Club, and finally, this piece of apron dropped here. This building is occupied by Jewish families. The killer really did go out of his way to incriminate the Jews living in the area.
It's a bit obvious, Holmes.
Yes, but with the rumors, Watson, the author of this message would have received a response to his strategy.
You are right, Holmes. So perhaps it's a good thing this message was erased.
Whoever took the decision to do this is a man of great wisdom and courage. Let's return to Baker Street, Watson. I have some pipes to smoke to help me think more clearly.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home.
Okay.
I had nightmares all night, Holmes. As for you, I bet you didn't get a wink of sleep, did you? It's this chalk message business, isn't it?
Among other things.
And this lunatic is still running free. If only we knew what he looked like.
But we do know, Watson. We have a fairly accurate description.
I must have missed an episode of your adventures, Holmes. Not only have I heard you discredit the value of our eyewitnesses, but the few descriptions we do have don't seem to correspond.
An inaccurate account can regain its value if we can discover why and to what extent the truth must be rewritten. We've learned a great many things tonight, and I'm able to tell you what our man looks like.
Really?
Yes, and we're going to need a few things, Watson. Find me 3 mannequins, my worker's costume, my 3 full wigs, one of your worn garments, yes, that can be used for the workman's outfit, and one of your old suits. Oh, and my deer stalker, the one I never wear, but everyone seems to think I wear day and night.
Okay, so we gotta grab some of our supplies. We need 3 mannequins too. Okay. So 2 of the outfits and 1 of the mannequins. Okay.
We shall place our mannequins here, Watson.
Okay. Oh. I wonder if I need to go into his room. Well, the fire actually looked pretty good. There's another mannequin. Of course, he's got all of his stuff all over the place. There's something in here. Another wig.
A wig? This will come in handy.
We've already gotten a bunch of those. Silly guy. Okay, is there another mannequin around here somewhere? No.
So, as for one of the murders, we have no witnesses whatsoever. As for the 3 other, we have at least one person who claims to have seen the victims talking to a man a few minutes before their death. Do you remember whom these would be, Watson?
Shit. Nope. And I need to find another mannequin.
I have no reason to go that way.
Well... Okay. Apply the height, the age, and the clothing to the mannequins, basing yourself off 3 correct witnesses. Okay. Oh, we're gonna have to dig through our stuff. So just documents and dialogue. And this one, the statement from Constable Smith. Okay. So we have the one testimony, the statement with Abraham, and the statement with Constable Smith.
Bravo, Watson. There are our 3 witnesses.
But I'm missing a mannequin. How am I able to do that? Okay. Age. of the murderer. From her statement, or their statement. She saw a man and woman, age at least 40 years old. Height a little taller than the woman with whom he was discussing, approximately 5 feet 3 inches. So we'll put it at 40. Height. Oh god, what is this? What is this? Oh god. Why would they tell me the height is 5 feet 3 inches, but then make me do it in... What is that? Centimeters? What? Like, what is this? Oh, fuck. We'll get to that in a minute. Clothing, brown deer stalker hat and a dark coat. A doubt on this point. General appearance of the working class. So they have, okay, well they have dark hair and mustache. Dark hair and mustache. We'll figure out the height in a second. Cap. So we have the dark hair, mustache, brown deer stalker hat, dark coat of the working class. General appearance of the working class. So we'll use the dark coat. Oh my god, that's 6 foot. I was like... I was like, what is 60? What do you mean, what is 60? Why do you tell me it's 5'3" and you don't give me the option? That fucking confused me. That was weird. Anyway, okay. Oh, okay, I think this is fine. So now this one. The man was about 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall, so another 5'3" inches. Must have been 30 years old. Wait. But now the other one thinks about 5'7". Light complexion and a fair mustache. Loose dark jacket. A gray cap. I'm missing stuff. Aren't I missing stuff?
There is an error, Watson. Let's reread Abraham's testimony.
Okay. About 5'7". He said that he only saw him for a brief instant and it would be impossible to recognize him. Man was 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall, no more.
Indeed, Watson, that's the right size for Abraham's mannequin. The account given by Mr. Solomonovich's friend is incorrect in at least one point. The first Joseph said that the man was at least 5 foot 7 inches tall. The second Joseph said he was 3 inches taller than the victim, whom we know was 5 feet tall, which would suggest a height of 5 foot 3 inches. Don't forget that it was this second Joseph who attracted his friend's attention towards the couple on the other side of the road. We can assume he got a very good look at them. As for young P.C. Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or two after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other two.
So make this 5'3". I don't have a thing though. So for his, what did the man look like? Short black outfit and a small felt hat like a cap. And a dark color and a white collar. Was carrying a packet in his hand. Barely 30. 28. 5'8", which we know is wrong. Dark brown mustache. So... I don't have the mannequin though. Where's the other mannequin? Is it in here? Thank goodness. Because I was like, I don't know why it let me start working on this with the missing mannequin. So 5'3". Says maybe 26, maybe 28. I think I'm still missing stuff. But we can at least get in. I would say he was barely 30 years old or even less. Say 28 or even less, 26 years old. Tall at the very most. He had a small dark brown mustache and an olive complexion. He was wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap, and a dark color and a white collar. He seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet. So, should I just put this one on them? Oh, we can add things in. So a piece of Edo's white apron was cut out. A piece of the apron was found in the Goulston Street near the message accusing the Jews, and the Whitechapel killer left a message, accusing them. Jack the Ripper wants to accuse someone who lives on that street. Wants to... He has a score to settle with the community. Wants to put them on the wrong track. Wants to settle with the community. That's scary. Oh, I accidentally clicked and it was correct. The murderer was looking for money or objects of value, but her rings were worthless. They are poor. Collects trophies. They're poor. This one looks pretty blank. The Whitechapel killer had the time to kill both of them. What is this one? She was holding an envelope in her hand. She was holding a thimble. Should they offered a gift before killing them? They diverted the attention of his victims before killing them. Victims knew each other and had things in common. I think he diverted their attention. So by doing that, and the murderer is unfeeling and organized as well. Oh, there's a lot of things going through here. The Whitechapel killer proceeded in the same way. The Whitechapel killer must have been accompanied. The Whitechapel killer extorted his victims. No, they proceeded in the same way. Which could lead to, it is not the same man who killed Penny Nichols and A. Chapman. It is the same man Or they had an accomplice. I think it's the same man. It's the same man. Which all leads to possesses great physical force. Is a corpulent man. Is a tall man. No, he possesses good force. Alright, our deduction boards are filling in. But I have a feeling I need to look for more stuff. I don't think they're in his room. Almost they're in here? Is there more stuff in here? Oh, there's a hat. There's another hat. I don't know. None of this seems right. How do I know that I've done them correctly? They're green. I don't know. Barely 30. Black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap, and a dark color and a white collar. Seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet in his hand.
Excellent.
Oh.
Now, on to the next step.
God, what's the next step? Apply the height, the age, and the clothing to the mannequin. Oh. Okay, so this was correct. And this was correct. Do I drop his age? I don't understand. I had another hat. So this one is obviously correct.
There we are. Magnificent.
Okay.
Bravo, Watson. Our mannequins have been recreated based on the correct accounts. Now, Watson,
Okay,
let's see in what
that's a
ways these
relief.
statements differ and how the witnesses could have been mistaken. Let's look at these wigs and moustaches. Let's start by taking the first Joseph's testimony, who saw the man head-on in a well-lit spot and in which he noted fair hair. Now, let's consider the same person, but in the lighting and angle of the other two witnesses, in the darkness of night with poor artificial lighting from above.
Yeah, I mean,
Put out the light, Watson.
then it could look like their hair was darker if it's not lit up.
Thus, poor lighting and a backlit subject
Yeah.
can affect our perception of shades and colours.
Yeah.
The wigs from Abraham's mannequin took on the same colour as the other two. The three testimonies, therefore, don't contradict one another, and we can apply the same facial hair to all three mannequins. Turn on the light, Watson.
So it would be the blonde hair?
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Well done, Watson. With regards to the murderer's hair, the three witnesses should agree on Abraham's testimony. As Joseph is the only one who saw our man in full light, his hair must therefore be fair. You see, Watson, it is hard to draw objective conclusions when one is an eyewitness to an event. This leads us to reconsider the various statements regarding the supposed age of the man. Even if you are face to face with someone in full light and for a period of several hours, to what extent can you determine their exact age? And even more so if you observe them for only a few seconds and or from behind. We must allow some flexibility when considering our witnesses' statements, but always scientific flexibility.
Determine the age range thanks to the tolerance of years indicated by Sherlock Holmes. 3 to 5. So the maximum between these are 5. The maximum between that is 5. Okay, so when it gets corrected, we'll do that. So I'm still trying to understand this. So then 27. Would this be 33 then?
There we are. Magnificent.
Okay, 3 to 5 age range. I still think that this is worded poorly. So would this be 31 and 49? Okay. Then we have 32, 48, 33.
Excellent. Now, on to
47.
the next step.
This one. So this should probably be 17 then. This one will be 35. That one didn't change green. Maybe they changed green together.
Excellent.
There we
Now,
go.
on to the
I
next
thought they
step.
went green individually.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Now that we have fully considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible.
So, I guess... Remember the age of the murderer thanks to the age range and apply to the mannequins. So is this trying to find what age it has in common? Like, what is a common age between all of them? 30, 35, 35. $33.
Perfect, Watson. Within a margin of 1 year, Watson, the age of our murderer is 33 years.
But the man described by Smith was dressed respectably, whereas the other two were poorly dressed.
Indeed, but Whitechapel's respectively could quite easily describe the Sunday bests that all lower-class men own. Now, let's place ourselves in the shoes of Liz Stride's killer. He has just slain his victim and sees Louis Diemschutz discover her body. Our killer is at great risk if he stays in the area. He therefore gets away from this spot. But he wants to kill again. However, he might have been spotted in the area before having committed the murder by a constable on his round, perhaps, who managed to get his description. What do you think the killer will do?
Okay, so what will Jack the Ripper do after committing the first murder in Duffield's yard and before committing the second? So... needs to flee. He's not going to be able to buy a disguise. It's in the middle of the night. Wait a while on the premise. No. Throw his clothing in a sewer or a trash bin. Return home. Enter a pub. Needs to flee. Okay, I just wanted to see if that color had anything to do with it. Flee and look for another victim. Flee and commit the second murder in his place. No. Wait a moment before searching for another victim. Change and go look for another victim. Escape without being recognized. Flee and as quickly as possible.
No, that's not it.
Throw his clothes in a sewer or a trash bin and head off to find another victim.
It's hard to believe, Watson. Someone from a lower social class would
Wow,
throw
I mean,
away his
we
clothing
finally
like that.
got there. So, what will he do after committing the first... Oh. Shit, what did he say I was talking? Shit, what does he want me to do? Want me to do something else?
No, that's not it. No, that's not it.
Oh god, I yapped over it.
No, that's not it.
Throw his clothes in a sewer
me hear what he
or
said
a
again.
trash bin and head off to find another victim.
It's hard to believe, Watson. Someone from a lower social class wouldn't throw away his clothing like that.
Okay, so he wouldn't throw away his clothing, but we got a hit on there like that. Could he...
No, that's not it. No, that's not it. No, Watson. No, Watson. No, that's not it.
Enter a pub and wait a moment before exiting and searching for a victim.
Certainly not, Watson. Knowing his description may have been given out, he could not risk keeping his clothes.
Okay.
No, that's not it.
I'm just gonna have to click through all of them because
No, that's not it.
I have no idea what he wants me to do.
No, that's...
I've clicked through quite a few of them.
No, that... No, Watson. No, that's not... No, that's not... No. No.
Go back home or to a safe
Wow,
location,
it finally turned green.
change his clothes and leave again in search of another victim.
It's the only possible explanation, Watson. The man returned to the safety of his
I can't be the
lodgings
only
and then
one that
decided
thinks
to go
that
out again
these
with new clothes
games
and
could
repeat
have
his sinister
used a little bit
nocturnal
better
work.
direction.
That's how the discrepancies between the witnesses
It's
with regards
definitely
to clothing
improved
can
from
be
the
explained.
first game, the Awakened
What
one.
a cold-blooded
but
animal.
And what determination! Powerful motives are pushing
some of these
this
are
man.
just like
Thus,
ridiculous
we
to
can conclude
get
that the
through.
respectable man with the package
But
may
maybe
very
it's just
well have been
me.
seen by the two Josephs.
Even if it is just a mannequin, it's giving me goosebumps. But have we really made any progress, Holmes? I mean, there must be thousands of men in Whitechapel who match this description, wouldn't you say?
You're right, Watson. We have worked on who, now let's work on where. We need a map of Whitechapel, and please also find me a pencil, 2 compasses, one of which can draw ellipses.
Ellipses. Okay. Maybe his supplies are over here? Yes. Yeah, I thought I saw those. So we need a map, a pencil, and 2 compasses. Do we need another map? We already have a map, right? Okay, maybe we go talk to him with this in our open in our inventory.
We'll need a map, Watson.
Oh. Is it over here? Oh, right here, right here. Perfect.
First of all, let's place our 4 murders on this map, as well as the spot where the graffito appeared, and the piece of apron was dropped.
Oh my goodness. Inventory. Oh. Place the graffito on the map, place the 4 murders on the map. So, Polly Nichols was at Bucks Row, right? Dutfield's yard was Elizabeth's right. Like, looking at these, I wonder if they're the actual photos of the real victims. That's so crazy. Whiter Square was Edo's. Danbury Street was Annie. So then this must go here.
Perfect, Watson. Let's connect each crime scene to the one out of the others that is the furthest.
What's what? Connect. What did he say? Connect something with the one with the furthest of the murders? Let's see here. Join each murder location to the one that is the furthest. Or maybe like they want... So like these ones are the furthest from each other. And then these ones are the furthest from each other.
You see, Watson,
There we go.
the murders aren't grouped together, but seem to be spread out like cardinal points around a central zone. The killer obviously wanted to avoid returning to the previous scenes of his crimes, assuming that they would be more closely watched or that he could be recognized.
So the killer lives at the center of this cross.
In the vicinity, most certainly, but how near? We cannot afford to get it wrong. If you concentrate, Watson, you will notice that the murders are roughly equidistant from the intersection point of the diagonals. Let's focus on the night of the double murder. Remember, Watson, it took us 20 minutes to get from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square. Let's draw a line from one to the other.
Oh, it's this one. This one.
Perfect. We didn't make the trip as the crow flies, but that would not harm our estimate. Let's suppose the killer left Dutfield's Yard at 1 a.m. and arrived in Mitre Square at 1:35 a.m. when he was seen by the two Josephs. If he took 5 minutes to change his clothes, that leaves a range of 10 minutes to determine where this man's lodgings are. We must determine the area in which one can go from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. To do this, let's draw an ellipsis. The length between Dutfield's Yard and Mitre Square corresponds to 20 minutes. By adding half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. By taking the two right segments, each starting from the two murder scenes, and which the sum of the lengths makes 30 minutes, we get our ellipses.
What the fuck are you talking about? It's saying there should be a red mark here.
There we are, Watson. Our killer lives in this area.
It's still rather a vast area, Holmes.
Yes, indeed. And our goal is to reduce this area as much as we can. We must consider the fact that the murder at Mitre Square was committed under a certain amount of pressure, given that the killer knew he was wanted for the acts he committed not long before. We can assume that he had to do it in a safe zone, that is, an area not far from where he lives. This is especially true of an act such as the graffiti he carried out after 2 murders. Let's trace a circle around this point, with the distance separating it from Mitre Square as the radius. This will enable us to determine our killer's safe zone.
Where? See, the thing is that like when I looked up for this one, it said like start where like the red mark is, but there wasn't a red mark. Trace a circle whose center is the location of the graffito and place the piece of apron and whose circumference passes through. Do you think we use this? So we start here.
Our killer must surely live inside this circle. Now, let's intersect it with the ellipsis that we previously determined.
Was that in here?
There
yeah, I have
we
no
are,
idea
Watson,
what's going on.
The Aldgate district.
Shouldn't we inform the police so that they can concentrate their efforts on this area of Whitechapel?
It is probably already crawling with inspectors, Watson, and I doubt that they would take us seriously, even if they were willing to listen to what we had to say. Let's focus instead on understanding the killer's modus operandi. We know our murderer preys on prostitutes who are penniless, weak, sick, or alcoholic, that he distracts them the moment before killing them, and that he left an anonymous message inciting anti-Semitic hatred at the entrance of a building occupied by Jews. How would you describe this man?
What a coward.
Indeed, he is a person of great cowardice.
A piece
Let's
of
look
shit.
at his murders, and in particular, the depredations on the corpses, putting aside that of Liz Stride, because on that occasion, his work was left unfinished. If we recall the observations made on the victims and the parts that were mutilated or damaged on each of the bodies, without forgetting the fact that he also removed one or more organs, we can ascertain that our killer evolves during the course of the murders, cowardly and still evolving. And yet, look at the location of our first murder, that of Polly Nichols in Bucks Row. It is the most distant from the area our killer would appear to live. Perhaps this murder was preceded by another within the killer's area. I believe a cowardly killer would commit his first murder in an area close to his home in order to find refuge as quickly as possible on carrying out the act.
Holmes, an idea just occurred to me that fills me with dread. This evolution of which you speak,
He will pursue his next victim as long as the conditions permit him to continue killing Watson.
But how could one go even further in this horror? Look at what he did to that woman, Catherine Eddowes.
Yeah.
In order to avoid having to answer that question, we must act with haste and planning. Watson, I suggest you inform yourself on the mutilations sustained by the victims.
Oh.
We played with the idea that this could be an act of vengeance against prostitutes. If the mutilations correspond to areas affected by a specific pathology, perhaps the killer wanted to give an eye for an affliction he felt the prostitutes he knew were responsible for.
And this trail leading to Dr. Tumblety Holmes?
I also have a few things to look into in the meantime. I still have a primary witness to track down, not to mention old trails I've yet to pursue. See you soon, Watson.
Oh my gosh.
When we first spoke about the Bucks Row murder with Watson, he was reading a newspaper, The Star, dated September 1st, 1888, I believe, which mentioned similar murders in the preceding months.
Yeah,
I have no chance of finding the police reports, but perhaps I could find some information at the Central News Agency. I must go there at once. Afterwards, I'll go back to see Abraham, the owner of the pet shop in Whitechapel. The second Joseph's statement would lead me to believe that he may know the man spotted on the corner of Church Passage that night. If that's the case, I must find this witness so I can question him.
Oh my gosh. We have so much to do still. So we go to the... Oh. Interesting. So we have to go to the news agency.
Ah, Bulling is there. It won't hurt just this once.
We're gonna go talk to this guy now.
Hello, Mr. Bulling. So, did your colleague tell you about the tip?
What tip?
Ah, I see. I gave him an explosive tip and he went without you? Oh, that's not very sporting on his part. No doubt he took all of the credit for his discovery.
You're winding me up, eh?
I must show Bulling something to make him believe me.
Oh, the IOU. That's right. We still have that. There you go.
What do you want?
You owe me.
I'm not winding you up.
But they owe
The truth
me.
is that he gave me this advance on the debt.
The traitor! He owes me, if I find him.
Before I leave, can you do me a favor?
Heck, tell me.
I'm looking for some reliable info on the murders committed in Whitechapel in the months before Polly Nichols' attack.
Reliable? Ha! You really think you'll find that here? Fine. I'll be honest with you. We have folders that group the dispatches from the current year into categories. In the police law category, you'll find the transcripts from the trials and investigations that we sell to the newspapers that ask us.
Perfect.
Sadly, I am out of time. I'll leave you to solve it, eh? You're the detective, aren't you?
Yeah, I really don't like that guy. Oh yeah, there's papers everywhere. Wait, what?
The dossiers are full of papers in dated envelopes. I can't open them. That would be too obvious. How can I tell which compartment to look in? No categories are indicated.
Oh, do I have to...
An envelope is torn. I can tell that this dispatch contains economic information.
Economic information. So economy? There were a bunch of things I could pick up. Like, are these going to be relevant to stuff? Sir, as the agency receives numerous dispatches, the filing system that you made appears to be too small, particularly for the world and society sections, which cover too much area. Hold on. I just remembered something. I think this music's gonna get copyrighted. So we'll turn that down a smidge. I don't know if it'll help anything, but... Okay, let's read it again. Sir, as the agency receives numerous dispatches, the filing system that you made appears to be too small, particularly for the world and society sections, which cover too much area and overflow into the boxes below, police, law, and culture, respectively. Would you be able to furnish a device in order to keep only one filing cabinet? While awaiting your response, sir, please accept our best wishes. The assistant director. Okay, this might be a pain in the ass to keep going back and forth, but we're already going to be reading it, so we might as well just try and figure it out. So, it says that it's too small, particularly for world and society sections, which cover too much area and flow into the boxes below. So would we assume that the one that is pretty full is the... What did they call it? World and society? Society sections. Which cover too much area and overflow into the boxes below. Police and law and culture. So we have world and society. Those are separate. And then we have police and law and culture. Okay, so we don't know which one is which yet. But we know that one of these is world, and one of them is society, and then the ones below it, one of them is police and law, and one of them is culture. Okay, I guess we do need to find more of them. There's one over here. Dear Fernand, I'm confirming my presence on Friday evening at the club. It will be with pleasure because I must get my mind off things or risk falling into a black depression. Just imagine the new laddie still has the favors of Janet, but she'll end up forgetting him and giving in to me because I'm not lacking in ideas to get rid of her suitors. Yesterday, I randomly placed a few inventions and science with politics dispatches. After all, they are always harebrained items. Given that the compartments are one on top of the other, it could have easily passed as one of the new lad's errors, and as anticipated, he was called in by the boss. As soon as I have the chance, I will show him how, like in the news, everything's in the balance. He looks like a halfwit. He could easily confuse the politics with the society section on his right, and this ladder with economy, which is its neighbor. What a lovely mess. I don't know how an intelligent girl like Janet can like a swat like him if he doesn't have much longer to smile. World and society. And in this one he says he could easily confuse the politics with the society section on his right. And this ladder with economy, which is its neighbor. So I'm wondering, because remember we said it needs to be world or society up here. And we already know where economy is. So if economy is on its left... Wait.
An envelope is torn. I can tell that this dispatch contains economic information.
This could be society, and then this one could be politics. But it says on its left, and that's its right. Make this world. I don't know, dude. I don't... I wonder if I'm gonna read one that says they put economy in the wrong spot. I'm definitely reading something wrong. Okay, we have another one here. God, there's papers everywhere. Stevenson and something Enterprises. Bill. Repair the wood of the news and brief compartment, £1. Okay, so there's new wood in that compartment. Attention, the blue envelopes from the dispatch compartment contain confidential facts that must not be discussed in the news. As a reminder, they contain the political personalities, essentially the royal family, and economic issues. Dispatches will be retained only to be diffused when Buckingham Palace or the ministers give us the authority. So the sections that have blue envelopes, which equal confidential, so they contain political, personality, and economic, which an economic one was blue.
Closed.
Let's look again. Are there only 3 sections that have blue? Economic. Uh-oh, what did it say? Political, personality, and economic. So, political, economic. This one must be personalities then. I still feel like that should be flip-flopped. This is the new box. Oops. This is a new wood. So, this is for the news and brief compartment. News and brief and oddities goes here then. Okay, down. This one could be police and law. And then this one could be culture. I don't remember if we knew which one it was exactly. We might just have to guess at some point. Okay, we have some papers over here. No, go back this way. Okay, just keep going this way then. I'll go down here. Are there papers over here? Oh my god. There we go. My dear George, your little brother has had some misfortune. My first week of work was very grueling. First, I was given a spot far from the stove, and I am very cold in the morning. Next, I have to sort through the dispatches, the most tedious and boring work imaginable. Once the work is done, I must take each envelope to the journalist in question, who won't even deign to look at me. Finally, at the end of my 3rd day, the boss called me to his office to give me a sermon. It seems that I had mixed up the dispatches. I was so worn out that I could only protest half-heartedly. He gave me a second chance. So now I'm in a sticky situation. The only hopeful note comes from my colleague, Miss Bilton, a charming young woman who is the only one to give me a smile. She helps me as much as she can and tries to prompt me regarding which compartment I should put my dispatches. Because everyone here knows the order of the sections, but no one has bothered to tell me. The lady has so much compassion and slides me notes such as politics and society are on the side, sports is underneath economy, personalities is at the end of the row, which we got that one. Front page news is the first compartment, okay, etc. And these confidences are almost words of love from her mouth. Oh, God. No, they're not. Shut up. I don't think that she likes placing the envelopes on the desks at all because she ends up with some things that are very disturbing. I have volunteered for the task, much to everyone's displeasure. Nothing new concerning my landlady, but I managed to pay her for the week, and she consented to keep me. Don't say anything about my troubles to Mumsy. I don't want to alarm her, but not wanting to lie to her, I have chosen to not write. With warmest regards, your brother Albert. Okay, we got some new information here, but here's another one. To improve the dispatch filing whatever. Major info up high except news and brief. Uh-oh. Minor info down low except police and law. I thought it was on the bottom. Thus in future, propose also to invert news and brief, which is for the moment up high, and police and law, which is actually down low. Okay. Furthermore, the weather section is almost always empty. Put it with news and brief? Question mark? Okay, I think that was all of them. So we do have quite a few more. So this must be weather because it's nearly always empty. So they wanted to put it with news and brief. Okay. We read one that was really good for what starts it. Politics and society are on the side. Sports is underneath economy. Politics and society are on the side? What? That doesn't make any sense to me. Sports is underneath economy. Or does she mean on the inside? Am I reading that wrong? Or on the side? Sports is underneath economy. Personalities is at the end of a row, which we got. Front page news is the first compartment. Front page news is the first compartment. So it could go this. Okay, so I got it. I got it right. Oh my gosh.
Dispatches of police and judicial cases. Now, I need to open them discreetly. I must try to unglue the openings.
Okay, we have to try to unglue the openings. There's a thing. There's another thing.
Water.
Water. It's a bucket of water. And a kettle.
I need something.
Okay, so what if we combine those? We need to open this. What if we use this here, the matches? Perfect. Close it back up. Put this here.
There, that will provide me with steam.
Perfect. Okay, and then we can hold that over the steam.
Open, and it looks like I'm in luck. This envelope contains precious information.
Wow, we're in luck. Testimony in the Smith affair. Day of inquest, Saturday, April 7th. This was all the way back in April. When we started, it was in August. So Mr. Wine E. Baxter, the East Middlesex coroner, held an inquiry on Saturday, the 7th of April, at the London Hospital respecting the death of Emma Elizabeth Smith, aged 45, a widow lately living at 18 George Street, Spitalfields, who, it was alleged, had been murdered. Chief Inspector West of the H Division of Police attended for the Commissioners of Police. Mrs. Mary Russell, deputy keeper of the Common Lodging House, stated that she had known the deceased for about 2 years. On the evening of Bank Holiday, the 2nd of April, she left home at 7 o'clock and returned about 4 or 5 the next morning in a dreadful state. Her face and her head were much injured, one of her ears being nearly torn off. She told the witness that she had been set upon and robbed of all her money. Witness took her to the hospital, and when passing along Osborne Street, the deceased pointed out the spot where she was assaulted. She said there were 3 men, but she could not describe them. Mr. George Haslip, house surgeon, stated that when the deceased was admitted to the hospital, she had been drinking, but was not intoxicated. She was bleeding from the head and ear and had other injuries of a revolting nature. Witness found that she was suffering from rupture of the peritoneum, which had been perforated by some blunt instrument used with great force. The deceased told him that at 1:30 that morning, she was passing near Whitechapel Church when she noticed some men coming towards her. She crossed the road to avoid them, but they followed, assaulted her, took all the money she had, and then committed the outrage. She was unable to say what kind of instrument was used, nor could she describe her assailants, except that she said that one was a youth of 19. Death ensued on Wednesday morning, the 4th of April, through peritonitis set up by the injuries. I don't know, dude. Margaret Hayes, living at the same address as the deceased, deposed to seeing Mrs. Smith in company with a man at the corner of Farrant Street and Burdett Road. The man was dressed in a dark suit and wore a white silk handkerchief around his neck. He was of medium height, but the witness did not think she could identify him. Chief Inspector West, H Division, stated that he had no official information on the subject and was only aware of the case through the daily papers. He had questioned the constables on the beat, but none of them appeared to know anything about the matter. The coroner said that from the medical evidence, which must be true, it was clear that the woman had been barbarously murdered. It was impossible to imagine a more brutal and dastardly assault, and he thought the ends of justice would be better met by the jury recording their verdict at once than by adjourning to some future date in the hope of having more evidence brought before them. The jury returned a verdict of seeing Mrs. Smith in company with a man at the corner of Farrant Street and Burdock Road. Did I read this already? Yeah, sorry. The jury returned a verdict of willful murder against some person or persons unknown. The police are making every possible inquiry into the case, but up to yesterday, the 8th of April, had not any clue to the persons who committed the outrage. And another one. Testimony in the Tabram case. Last day of inquest, Thursday, August 23rd, 1888. So this is a little bit more recent to when we started the game. And it's weird because tomorrow is literally August 23rd. Yesterday afternoon, 23rd of August, Mr. George Collier, the deputy coroner for the Southeast Middlesex, resumed the inquiry at the Working Lads Institute, Whitechapel, into the circumstances attending the death of Martha Turner, or Tabram, a hawker lately living at 4 Star Place, Star Street, Commercial Road, East, who was discovered early on the morning of Tuesday, the 7th, lying dead on the first floor landing of some model dwellings known as George Yard Buildings, Commercial Street, Spitalfields. When found, the woman presented a shocking appearance, there being 39 stab wounds on the body, some of them apparently having been inflicted with a bayonet. Alfred George Crow, cab driver, 35, George Yard Billings, deposed that he got home at 3:30 on Tuesday morning. As he was passing the first floor landing, he saw a body lying on the ground. He took no notice, as he was accustomed to seeing people lying about there. He did not even know whether the person was alive or dead. He got up at 9:30, and when he went down the staircase, the body was not there. Witness heard no noise while he was in bed. Police Constable Thomas Barrett, 226H, said that the police witness called his attention to the body of the deceased. He sent for a doctor who pronounced life extinct. Dr. T.R. Killeen of 68 Brick Lane said that he was called to the deceased and found her dead. Man, they just like dox everybody in these newspapers, huh? Like everybody knows where, like, your full name, your government name, where you live, and your age. Like nobody can keep their stuff secret, right? She had 39 stabs on the body. She had been dead some 3 hours. Her age was about 36, and the body was very well nourished. Witness had since made a post-mortem examination of the body. The left lung was penetrated in 5 places, and the right lung was penetrated in 2 places. The heart was penetrated in 1 place, and that would be sufficient to cause of death. The liver was penetrated in 5 places. The spleen was penetrated in 2 places. The stomach was penetrated in 6 places. The witness did not think all the wounds were inflicted with the same instrument. The wounds generally might have been inflicted by a knife, but such an instrument could not have been inflicted one of the wounds, which went through the chest bone. His opinion was that one of the wounds was inflicted by some kind of dagger, and that all of them were caused during life. Holy shit. Hi, Piep. How are you? Welcome. Henry Samuel Tabram, 6, River Terrace, East Greenwich, husband of the deceased woman. I thought that was the age. I thought these were the ages. Like, I thought that doctor was 68. And I was just like, oh, it's a 6-year-old. But then it was like husband. And I was like, okay, never mind. That's the address number. Okay. Said he last saw her alive about 18 months ago in the Whitechapel Road. Why is it 18 months? They had been separated for 13 years owing to her drinking habits. Okay, there we go. She obtained a warrant against him for some part of the time. Witness allowed her 12 a week, but I don't know what that is. I'm sorry, but in consequence of her annoyance, he stopped this allowance 10 years ago, since which time he had made it half a crown a week, as he found she was living with a man. Henry Turner, a carpenter staying at the Working Men's Home, Commercial Street, Spitalfields, stated that he had been living with the woman, Tabram, as his wife for about 9 years. 2 or 3 weeks previously to this occurrence, he ceased to do so. He had left her on 2 or 3 occasions in consequence of her drinking habits, but they had come together again. He last saw her alive on Saturday the 4th in Leadenhall Street. He then gave her... I don't know what these... He gave her money to get some stock. When she had money, she spent it in drink. While living with the witness, deceased's usual time for coming home was about 11 o'clock. As far as he knew, she had no regular companion, and he did not know that she walked the streets. As a rule, he said, a man of sober habits, and when the deceased was sober, they usually got on well together. Oi. Everything's alright, Piep, thank you. Trying to finish this game up. For $1, this is a pretty long game. For $1 on Steam, it's pretty long. You were testing the Dustbloods beta. That's so cool. We are looking forward to grabbing that when it's available. Very, very much. Okay. Mrs. Mary Bousfield, probably, wife of the woodcutter, residing at 4 Star Place Commercial Road, knew the deceased by name of Turner. She was formerly a lodger in her house with the man Turner. Deceased would rather have a glass of ale than a cup of tea, but she was not a woman who got continually drunk. She never brought home any companions with her. She left without giving notice and owed 2 weeks' rent. Mary Ann Connolly Hurley Paul, who at the suggestion of Inspector Reed was cautioned in the usual manner before being sworn. She stated she had been for the last 2 nights living at a lodging house in Dorset Street, Spitalfields. Witness was a single woman. She had known the woman Tabram for about 4 or 5 months. She knew her by the name of Emma. She last saw her alive on Bank Holiday night when Witness was with her about 3/4 of an hour, and they separated at 11:45. Witness was with Tabram and 2 soldiers, one private and one corporal. She did not know regiment they belonged to, but they had white bands around their caps. After they separated, Tabram went away with the private, and witness accompanied the corporal up Angel Alley. There was no quarreling between any of them. Witness had been to the barracks to identify the soldiers, and the two men she picked out were, to the best of her belief, the men she and Tabram were with. The men at the Wellington barracks were paraded before Witness. One of the men picked out by Witness turned out not to be a corporal, but he had stripes on his arms. Ooh, so the dust box looks great, actually. I did the tutorials and tested an online match, but I didn't have enough time to complete it because they closed the servers. They were only open in specific hours for the test. I was wondering that because I thought that I knew that that was open pretty recently, but I didn't think it was still available maybe right now, you know, if that makes sense. It was pretty short. I don't know how we could have like applied to do that, or if it was just something we could have downloaded on our Switch, because I think Jimmy would have really enjoyed doing that. He's looking forward to playing it. Detective Inspector Reed made a statement of the efforts made by the police to discover the perpetrator of the murder. Several persons have stated that they saw the deceased woman on the previous Sunday with a corporal, but when all of the corporals and privates at the Tower and Wellington barracks were paraded before them, they failed to identify the man. The military authorities afforded every facility to the police. Pearlie Paul picked out two men belonging to the Coldstream Guards at the Wellington barracks. One of those men had 3 good conduct stripes, and he was proved beyond doubt to have been with his wife from 8 o'clock on the Monday night until 6 o'clock the following morning. The other man was also proved to have been in barracks at 5 minutes past 10 on bank holiday night. The police would be pleased if anyone would give them information to having seen anyone with the deceased on the night of the bank holiday. The coroner, in summing up, said that the crime was one of the most brutal that had occurred for some years. For a poor, defenseless woman to be outraged and stabbed in the manner which this woman had been was almost beyond belief. They could only come to one conclusion, and that was that the deceased was brutally and cruelly murdered. The jury returned a verdict of willful murder against some person or persons unknown. Damn! Please tell me there's not another one.
The information excludes the murder of the first woman, Miss Smith. Jack the Ripper can't be the author of that crime. On the other hand, there are enough similarities to suggest he may be the killer of Martha Tabram. I must go to the pet shop.
To the pet shop? To the pet shop.
I must go to the pet shop. Closed until further notice. Abraham isn't there. No luck.
Beep, beep.
Beep, beep.
I know it. I knew he was going to do it.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Why is the shop closed?
Do you know why Mr. Solomonovich's shop is closed?
No, I don't. Perhaps his cousin, the cobbler, knows. But I believe the police came to take his animals. I think that might have something to do with it.
When was this?
The police are taking his animals?
The kids
Beep, beep.
who were with the other day were there. They told me.
I knew it. I
They
knew he was
just
going to
came
say
by
it.
to ask for some cat's
Hello,
meat.
how's it going?
They didn't have any money, but I gave them some anyway. Ah,
Oh, he's sad.
Is something wrong?
it's just that there was a little girl with them, the same age as mine. My little girl who went away with her mother, with the angels into the sky.
Aww.
Dr. Watson told me about your loss. Please accept my condolences. Would you like to talk about it? How did it happen?
The illness, sir. My poor little girl was in agony, and her face and body were ravaged by the disease.
Her face?
Yes, she looked like a ghost.
Oh. Kind of
What
illness.
illness was it?
Dr. Gibbons tried to explain when I took my little girl to see him, but I didn't understand. I am sure that he was trying to insinuate it was my fault.
Why?
I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Oh, I feel so bad for him.
I understand. Farewell. Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons.
Dr. Gibbons.
Hello, Doctor. Do you remember me? I'm Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson's friend.
Oh, yes. Excuse the mess, but I am doing a bit of tidying.
Playing Sherlock games, you are allowed to complain even though you are enjoying them. It gets better with the puzzles, trust me. Perfect. I am looking forward to it. Because I did try to play the Awaken, like the original one, and it gave me no direction at all. And I was like, okay, this is a bit much. Because for these, I do have to Google quite a bit for some hint of how to do the puzzle, and I feel bad doing that. But like, if I don't have someone in the chat to help me when I ask for help, then I just go to Google. And when I Google, most of the time I'll see like stream or Steam like posts, threads of like other people having difficulty. So I'm like, okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'm glad I'm not the only one. So yeah, I'm hoping that it gets a bit better. Which one will I play next? Either Crime and Punishment, or there was a point and click one. I forgot the name. I might play the hidden object one. Like there's a hidden object one that I might play next because it might be shorter. But definitely have gonna grab Crimes and Punishment. I'm glad I'm not alone on the complaining front. Nemesis, I thought about playing before this one. I haven't grabbed it yet because Steam reviews were just as bad as the original Awakened was. And I was nervous that it was going to be just like it, that it wasn't going to give me any direction. I would skip Nemesis if I'm going to be honest. No worries. I would have played it later on if I felt like I needed to play them all, but as of right now, I was gonna skip it. From this one, it was gonna be Crimes and Punishment, and then there's a hidden object one, and then what is it, like the Devil's Daughter or something like that, I was gonna grab as well. And then when the Awakened remake goes on sale, I will grab that and play that then. Crimes and Punishment is 100% top 3 of the Sherlock games. Ooh, I'm looking forward to it then. Okay, so it is the Devil's Daughter. Perfect. Yeah, I am looking forward to playing those two that are a little bit newer. I didn't know if the hidden object one would be shorter. Just a thought. I am having fun playing this game. Like I said, even though I'm like complaining about every puzzle, I am having tons of fun. Like, I love mystery stuff. I've never read a Sherlock Holmes book, though. I've never watched a movie, a TV show, none of that. But I love mystery things. I'm currently on a mission to read all of the Agatha Christie books. So I also have the Agatha Christie games that I'm going to hopefully play in the future. So I am really enjoying it. Like, I love the deduction board thing. I love, like, going through the different clues and all that stuff. This one was a little bit extreme and I didn't think about it with the crimes and everything, but that's fine. Hopefully it doesn't get demonetized on YouTube. We'll see. But yeah, I am having fun and I'm looking forward to playing more of them. Top 3: Devil's Daughter, Crimes and Punishment, and Chapter 1. I did see Chapter 1 and I was confused by it because and maybe it was I wasn't paying much attention, because I think what I got confused on was that there are a bunch of DLCs that are a part of that Chapter 1. So maybe that confused me. Like, if Chapter 1 is just like a game that I can play, then I'd be totally down to look into it. Yeah, I hope not. It didn't like show, like, you can hear the crime taking place, but it didn't show most of it. We'll see though. It wouldn't be the first. They fucking went through and demonetized all of my freaking they age restricted my my Resident Evil ones. I got so pissed off about that. It is what it is. You can't win them all. You win some, you lose some. You can't win them all. It's fine. Chapter 1 is basically an open world. Oh, it's open world. Has a linear story, but you are open world in a small city where you can do side quests. Interesting. Well, I'll look more into that one. Do chapter 1 last. It's about Sherlock when he was young, and it's a great story in my opinion. Ooh, okay, good call, good call. I will look into that one, and yeah, if that's more of like a prequel, or whatever it's called. And he's very hot. Okay, we'll see. That's funny. Okay, what were we talking about with this guy?
I have come to see you about a Mr. Hardyman, a cat food seller by trade who recently lost his daughter and wife.
Yes, I know him. A tragic story.
Wait, I mean, why are we asking the doctor about a disease? That's coming from Sharon. All right, I trust you. I believe you. Because as a doctor, wouldn't he be able to not tell us? Like, it's patient confidentiality or some shit?
Actually, I was hoping you could tell me about the disease that took his daughter, a disease that would have attacked her face.
Well, to keep it short, we are speaking of syphilis, Mr. Holmes. You must certainly know that it is
Good point.
transmitted through intimate connections,
probably
and that
didn't
the
exist.
vast prostitute population here contributes to its inevitable progression. It destroys individuals by spreading through the body slowly. The most obvious symptoms can be found in the genitalia and on the face in the form of pustules or lesions.
Oh, no.
Sometimes this illness can destroy whole families. The father catches it from a prostitute, he transmits it to his wife, who in her turn passes it to the kids which she bears or nurses. These cases are numerous in the vicinity. Certain children, and this is the case of the little girl whom I won't name, suffer from an emaciation of the face which will, apart from predicting an imminent death, bring infamy upon the family.
See, like, I was kind of wondering that. Yeah, you have a good point. This was in the freaking late 1800s. It really probably didn't exist. But yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I'm like, they 100% could not be talking about this shit nowadays. So, obviously, like, disease has been brought up a lot in this game, and a big disease. Oh, I think tuberculosis is one. I think one of the guys had tuberculosis. One of the women murdered also had tuberculosis, but syphilis obviously plays a big part. And there's a lot of, obviously all these victims tend to be prostitutes and all that stuff. Women, lady of the night and everything. So when he was talking about the little girl, I was curious about that, because I'm like, it's obviously heartbreaking to think of a small child. And those kids, I think he said maybe they looked like around like 9 or 10 or something. But him to talk about it and to think of her having, I mean, any disease is heartbreaking. But especially that one, like this doctor is saying, like it really just like, it tears apart families. And then as he's talking about it, I was really concerned about like, oh my God, how did this little girl then get that? But then he says that, you know, it can be transmitted with like giving birth and, you know, breastfeeding and all that stuff. So, yeah, it is really tough. But that's just like my thoughts that were just running through my mind right there of like, wait a minute, how would she have gotten it? But then as explained, like the mother has it. But then he's like, usually like it starts with like the husband, but like the guy is going, so maybe he didn't pass it on to his wife.
Emaciation of the face?
Yes, what we sometimes call the pox. I will give you a photograph. One cannot be mistaken on the origin of such a face. The eyes seem to be void of lids. The nose is inexistent, as if it was cut off. And the cheeks are chiselled, as if cut with a knife. This loss of facial matter, this emaciation, is in this area often the gift from a father to his children.
Can I keep this photograph?
I should destroy it. But if it can remind you that one must sometimes think twice before giving in to physical attraction.
I always seem to find myself alone in such cases.
We had a
Thank
case.
You, doctor.
We had a lady that had. Oh my God. Sorry, she scared me. We had a case where we thought that they cut the eyelids and the nose off. Holy shit. Yeah, I know. I'd like. He said, you know, he mentioned like an STI, and I was like, wait a minute, on this little girl. What? How are we getting to this point? You know. Yeah, thankfully we don't have to deal with TB. I mean, at least here, I'm pretty sure we get vaccines for
Let's
it.
go to the cobblers.
Go to the cobblers. At least we'll see for how long. So maybe it was this one. So syphilis deforms the patient's face. Yeah, it was this one. Her nose was cut, her eyelids were cut, and her cheeks have been slashed to become thinner. But this would not have been from the actual murderer. It would have been from her being sick. To the cobblers? Where the fuck are we at? Here we are.
Let's go to the cobblers.
Whew! I think we have to ask him about his relative.
Hello, Mr. Solomonovich.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. How are things with you?
I heard your cousin Abraham had a problem with his shop. What happened?
Ah, if I didn't know you well, I would tell you that it's Jewish business that doesn't concern anyone but the Jews. But as you have a little bit to do with it, you have the right to know what is going on.
Ah, would I have something to do with it?
Someone had seen Abraham telling you something and making big gestures near the Imperial Club. A vicious rumor quickly spread, and it has caused him great injustice. A slanderous denunciation attracted the authorities' attention to my cousin's shop. Abraham must be in the process of answering their questions.
I did, indeed, speak with your cousin the other night. I'm shocked at the consequences of this discussion.
As I was saying, it's the story of the Jews. In the face of adversity, we are united, but amongst ourselves, it's like anywhere else. As soon as our people take a dislike to someone, for right or wrong, we can be without pity and quite cruel.
And then the butcher. I at least know that we vaccinate tuberculosis. Yeah, I think it might be like a prerequisite in some areas that we get that. I'm thankful for it because I played Red Dead Redemption 2, and let me tell you, my heart has broken for Arthur Morgan.
This is all very worrying. Your cousin knows one, or rather two, of the men who were at the Imperial Club on the night of the Mitre Square murder. One of the two, a butcher in Aldgate named Joseph, is probably withholding information of the utmost importance. I must find this man. Perhaps you can help me.
But there are dozens of Jewish butchers around Aldgate, half of which must be called Joseph. And you know, Mr. Holmes, we Jews prefer to remain in the background of this murderer business, this Jack the Ripper thing. All of London is pointing their fingers at us saying, it's a Jew who disemboweled these women. Our community is in great peril, you know. There was the business with Lipsky and Leather Apron. I will see what I can do, but I don't promise anything.
I'd be extremely grateful to you.
Because he's really trying to, like, put the eyes on a whole community that is not guilty of it
Very
at all.
Well. We may meet again, Mr. Solomonovich.
You are most welcome, Mr. Holmes.
I've paced up and down Whitechapel enough. I should return to Baker Street in order to reflect on the new facts that I have discovered.
Sherlock, I'm going to be honest with you. You haven't done barely shite compared to what you've made Watson do. And you want to go home and put your feet up? Bitch. Sorry. He's made Watson go up and down this place so much.
Hello, Holmes.
Good day, Watson.
Listen, Holmes, I know I should have got here sooner to give you a report on my research, but this case has led me to neglect my patients and my wife more than I care to admit.
I was just about to
I've been
be
able
like,
sort
what
things
about
out
your
over the
wife,
last few
dude?
days, and now I am ready to pursue this investigation.
You don't have to justify yourself, Watson. Whilst I do tolerate you as an observer, and despite your occasional help with more menial tasks, may I remind you that you are by no means an indispensable part of this case.
Oh, You tolerate me as an observer, do you? Oh, you're too much, Holmes. Well, Mr. Detective, despite my absence, I have been working on this case, putting my relationship on the line in the process. And I happen to have a confidential letter that only passed from one lord's hand to another. What it contains is extremely serious and concerns Dr. Tumblety and his collection of uteri.
Let me see that.
Letter from the Community of London Hospitals. My lord, be hereby assured of my entire collaboration in the affair, to which I must reply. No one will be able to cast opprobrium on our institution or ourselves. Our eminent colleagues support our policies, and they won't cooperate with the police as long as the higher interests that we serve aren't menaced. As you mentioned, we must avoid having to explain to the uncultured masses the exigencies, what the fuck, of medical research. A general crisis of confidence will result in inevitable amalgamation that the press would hasten to create between this and the hideous murders committed in the East End. To this end, I tactfully evoke the rumor that you mentioned in your letter when we met with my colleagues. It turns out to have no grounds, and these are the specifics that I was able to obtain. Oi. 18 months thence, an American doctor in London did in fact contact certain hospitals. His approach was aimed at getting stocks of feminine genitalia, particularly uteri. He was motivated initially by the finalization of his research and of its publication. The doctor in question wanted to include a uterus, a specimen freshly conserved in formalin, with each of the research dissertations sent to each of the colleagues involved. A large quantity was thus necessary, and this doctor proposed to buy each of the uteri for £20 each. The hospital directors did not pay heed to these demands. Of that I have been assured. Between you and I, my lord, who knows what strange consequences would have followed these demands of the American doctor. The rumor of these unusual commissions made the tour of the hospitals in question at the time and has spread to others since. Simple day laborers employed in our organizations considered that the gain of £20 could justify theft, perhaps worse. The identity of the doctor is unknown to me, but based on the recall of one of my colleagues, this man had the most impressive references. But after a bit of research that I did, I didn't find the existence of any publication with an eventual correlation on this or the other side of the Atlantic. The man left London shortly after his pitch, it would seem. I cannot help but think that he has perhaps returned to London and has found someone who might furnish him with what he is looking for. Ooh! Oh, congrats, Pia! So you started Luigi's Mansion 3. How many Luigi's Mansions are there? Is there only 3? Or was there 4?
Excellent. This American could turn out to be of great use to use.
That's right, and that's not all. I did some research and finally found an illness that affects the genitalia and can, in certain cases, cause facial symptoms resembling the mutilations seen on the last victim. It is called, would you believe?
Syphilis and the emaciation that can be seen in affected children. I have known that for days, Watson.
Really?
Listen, now you're already
Doesn't
here,
syphilis
Watson.
also
We may
kind
as
of
well
make people go
continue the
crazy, too?
investigation. Do you remember the
When
map
it's, like,
on
gone
which we
untreated?
established the area in which our killer lives? I think we should continue our study.
I totally forgot about that. Like, can't people also, like, as a side effect, go crazy? Okay, so there's currently 3. I hope they'll announce a 4th one soon. So that's kind of like a good game series to have multiple games. Oh god. What the heck am I doing? Do you remember the map on which we established an area in which a killer lives? I think we should continue our study. What does that mean?
We must place the murder of Martha Tabram in George Yard on the map.
Oh, go to the map? Go to the map? Ooh. Maybe I'll look into it sometime, Piep. Where's the map?
Well, I discovered the case of another murder before that of Bucks Row. It happened in George Yard. We shall put it on the map in order to see if it corresponds to our area of research. We must place the murder of Martha Tabram in George Yard on the map.
So this is George Yards? It is in the vicinity.
That is where Martha Tabram's murder took place. There's no point going there. I already have all the information we need on that matter. You see, this murder took place in the area in which our killer lives, his safe zone. Nonetheless, there are two major differences between the murder of this Martha Tabram and that of Polly Nichols. Firstly, the blows inflicted are not the same.
And the second difference?
It follows on from a doctor's opinion. He claims two weapons might have been used, and if there is one group of people we absolutely must not trust in this business, it's doctors. Don't you agree, Watson?
Watch it, Holmes.
Tabram's murder took place in an area where the murderer, whose cowardice is clear, was able to make a quick getaway, that is to say, near his home. For his second murder, he would have wanted to go further afield, so the police would not link these two cases. And as for the other murders, seeing the ineffectiveness of his last one, he headed in different directions to kill his victims while still staying in the vicinity and without going any further than necessary, and all the while planning his escape. My dear Watson, we now know what this man looks like, in what area he lives, and that he suffered directly or indirectly from syphilis. Let's not forget the anatomical knowledge he must almost certainly possess. Given his lower-class background, a butcher seems very likely. However, it may be the case that the man was a butcher once, but is no longer. He might also have been a medical assistant. Who knows?
Yeah.
That's why we need the testimonies of the other Joseph and Dr. Tumblety in order to be certain.
What shall we do, Holmes?
As the police's cooperation is futile and can be ruled out, we have nothing to do but wait. Watson, wait, and hope we see one of these two men before the killer strikes again.
At last, a long day's work done. How are you doing, Holmes?
Fine, Watson, just fine.
I suppose you still
Is
haven't
this
heard
what they
any
would
news
call
from
when a
Whitechapel?
guy has like a club?
No, Watson.
It's been almost a month now. Who knows?
It's like they both don't
Our killer
live
may
here,
have
right?
brought justice upon himself.
But they have a bed and stuff for them
overcome
to
by
stay in
remorse
case they
and
have
ignominy
to.
for his actions.
Not a chance,
That's me
You
putting
haven't
stuff
done
from my
anything
Agatha
about
Christie
the story
books
of a kidney that was sent in the post and
into it.
reported by the papers. Why
Well,
not?
sometimes they're like, I'll
The
stay at
killer
my
left a
club.
message on one occasion with the intention of harming. The letter accompanying this package served no purpose other than to give value to its recipient and arouse disgust against its sender. The killer has never done anything for nothing. In order to authenticate the Galston Street message, he left an indisputable piece of evidence. Can we really say as much about this kidney?
I don't know. All I know is that there are letters piling up on your desk. Isn't it time to move on to another case?
Absolutely not, Watson. I think that the other Joseph is reluctant to meet me. The man he saw must certainly have put the fear of God in him, a man well known for his violence and his hatred towards Jews. There can't be any shortage of those in Whitechapel. I have hope yet. As for Dr. Tumblety...
We found him, Mr. Holmes. We found him.
Who's
Wow.
Dr. Bumblebee. He's been locked up by the bobbies, but they've let him loose. Oi, he was looking round like a rat who's scared of his own shadow. He's gonna do a runner, he is.
Watson, this is our chance. The game is afoot. Let's hope that Tumblety will go to collect his trunk. As for you, my little friends, thank you for lifting this burden that has been on my shoulders for almost a month.
That's cute. He called him Dr. Bumblebee. So, I think we go back here.
He is here. The doctor is here, up in his room. Peeking through my door, I saw him go up the stairs, and I think that he has a pistol.
Regarding the trunk, did you do what I told you to?
Yes, I jammed the lock and filled the trunk with stones. Should we call the police?
Absolutely not. Go home, lock your doors, and if you hear a gunshot, shout as loudly as you can. Watson, we must disarm this man at all costs before attempting to confront him. Come, have your pistol at the ready
Finally,
and
we
stay
are
alert.
confronting this guy. We have finally found him. Oh, you're gonna play another game, Pia? Getting ready for the PS Blackout. I'm not sure if I'll fully participate. You'll have to catch me up to date what the PS Blackout is. Is that like a sale?
Don't move a muscle or I shoot.
Damn, Watson!
But what is going on?
Bravo, Watson. I take back everything I ever said about your less than full involvement in our investigations.
Listen, Mr. Policeman. I already told everything to your colleagues at the station, so...
Don't you believe it, sir? We're not with the police. We are here to talk about human organs, an area in which you seem to have a great deal of interest.
What? But who are you?
We are the ones holding the pistol. Listen, Tumblety, tell us everything
Okay,
you know
Sherlock.
and you will be spared from the noose or a bullet. Have you tried to get hold of any female genitalia from someone during these past months?
So that's it. You English. Listen, as it happens, I do have a collection of female genital organs which I hold dear and never miss the chance to show my friends whatever the occasion.
Ew, you fucking
If
creep.
you knew what I feel when my eyes meet the young men's as they contemplate with astonishment and disgust this soft and flabby skin that they worship and place at the center of all their passions. Women repulse me, gentlemen. They are one of nature's greatest mistakes. Lying, haughty, and most of all, nauseating.
Piece of shit!
Men, mankind, we are not made to soil ourselves with such animals, and it is my task to educate my peers, like the ancient Greeks used to do, and put them on the path to masculine relationships, the only kind worthy of our intelligence.
My God, this man has lost his marbles, Holmes.
You haven't answered my question.
I
Did
agree,
you
Watson.
attempt
He
to
has
obtain
lost
any
his
female
fucking
organs?
marbles.
Indeed, but a long time ago. I was living in Liverpool at the time. A few of my specimens were starting to lose their freshness. But despite the sum proposed, the heads of the university hospitals refused to accede to my demands. The fear of what others would say, certainly. I know nothing more similar to an arrogant fowl than an English doctor. Yakety-yak, always showing off in the courtyard with their haughty airs. And as soon as...
Shut it, Tumblety. So, was it you who killed all of these women? Yes or no?
I regret to say that it was not. If I had really wanted a few more uteri, I would have had them brought in from the United States, where it would cost me much less than here. Or I would have shown a few gold coins in the hallways of a morgue or a hospital in London, and they would have kissed my feet to sell them to me. And not taken the least risk. But kidneys are all the latest, aren't they? I think that I could find one tomorrow for less than £1. In short, gentlemen, I do not know your killer, and I don't know why he's doing that. But if you come across him one day, please send him my friendship and my deepest respect.
You've gone too far this time.
Come,
Yeah,
Watson, let's
maniac.
not get carried away now. Thank you for your assistance, Doctor. If I may offer some advice, you should leave England as soon as possible. Each day that you remain in this country is a risk that an intelligent man would not take.
My pistol?
Without that, it will be even more risky.
Well, that guy was really
Can we believe
fucked
this
up.
man, Holmes?
He can't be the murderer, and his story regarding the organs fits. But we can't afford to take the slightest risk. I will ask the Baker Street irregulars to follow him. Listen, lads, when Tumblety leaves here, follow him discreetly and come and tell me as early as possible tomorrow where he is currently residing. Understood?
Understood, Captain.
You are already ready, Holmes. What is going on?
I have been waiting
Well, we're
for
already
you for
into
at least
November.
an hour, Watson. It would appear that a new drama has unfolded. The youngsters came to give me this address, but I have some doubt as to the actual location we are going to. Let's try anyway. At worst, we may come across the Baker Street irregulars to put us in the right direction.
We are lost, Holmes.
No, we're not, Watson. We are heading for the very street I'd hoped for, but as I wasn't sure it was this one, I've made a few big detours in order to find the right one. I'll know it when I see the name.
Why, of course, Holmes. Why didn't I think of that? The great Sherlock Holmes can't...
I just realized I've never turned the music back up, but that's because I think I got a copyright on my stream. So I turned it down. Not that it probably matters. It'll be fine. Talk to this guy. Oh, okay, Yep, it's a... Okay. So it's a protest against Sony's decision to kill physical games. A week without using the console and without buying digital games from the PlayStation Store. Not sure if I won't use it, but I can easily avoid to buy stuff from the store for a week. There you go. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to not, like, especially when you use it for a lot of things. We've actually been using ours quite a bit recently with watching Twin Peaks.
How are you, my friend? Are you not feeling well?
No.
My
But I'm sure
friend
that's
is a
registered
doctor.
differently because
He
it's
can
not a
take care
game
of
or
you.
something.
Don't go there. He came here and he...
Now, Watson, take care of him.
Miller's Court. Oh my god.
My God!
What happened?
Can't talk. Wait for the coppers. Are they coming? My eyes are crying.
No.
Go find them too, mister. I'll stay here and keep an eye out. Go!
No, I must await my friend. Ah, here he is.
Watson, are you there? How are you?
Holmes, you look
Fine,
ghastly.
Holmes. And you? What happened?
Hello, sir. Where are we, Watson?
In Whitechapel, Holmes. This must be Dorset Street.
Uh-oh.
You don't seem very well. Do you need something?
Indeed, Watson. Some clay, a great big piece of clay. I would ask for some wine, too, but as you know, I taste nothing but melodrama.
What is over there?
A trip from which you will never return, Watson. Trust me, don't go there.
A trip? Behind this door? In this room?
It's not strictly a door, it's more of a portal, a threshold, and what lies behind it is not the mortal realm, Watson. It is a place beyond time and space, the gift of a frantic artist who made use of his talent in order to grant us access to his world, Watson. Beyond that threshold is an abyss. Hell. The police won't take long to arrive, and the last thing I want is to waste precious time on them. Could you lead me out of this area and take me home?
Go home? Okay. Where even are we? Oh my god. Oh, okay. He used clay. I was like, where did you get that from?
You should come and eat, Holmes. Mrs. Hudson has worked wonders. The joint has been cooked medium rare.
I was just wondering, how do they
what
eat
was
in
in
these
the
places? They don't
courtyard?
have kitchens.
The answer, Watson.
The answer, Holmes?
Yes, the answer to a question that you asked me a few weeks ago.
How the devil can the answer to a question I asked you be found in that courtyard? And what question are you referring to, Holmes?
How our killer set about reaching the height of horror by taking another victim, Watson.
What is happening?
Did I not tell you that I wanted to avoid melodrama?
Did he
Do
burp?
you mean to say that...
Or was he trying to throw
Yes,
up?
that's what was in that
What the
room.
hell?
You helped towards the colour. All that's missing is the odour, but I shall let that pass. The mutilations almost all resulted in large removals of flesh. My photographic memory noted them all in great detail, the shape, size and location, and thanks to the softness of this clay and your medical knowledge, I believe we can attempt to determine what is missing from this lady.
Don't you think we should wait for the medical examiner's opinion?
Surely not, Watson. This massacre has gone on long enough. I can assure you that I will do everything in my power to get our hands on Jack the Ripper before this night is out.
Oh my god. I bet we can take a big wild guess what is missing.
Watson, we shall reconstruct the body of this poor woman and inspect it in detail as well. Your help as a medical man will be invaluable.
So this
Holmes,
is...
I feel a bit unwell.
Well, I understand. I will manage on my own. Her throat was slit just like the others. The wound is particularly deep.
Oh god.
Her throat was slit just like the others. The wound is particularly deep.
So this is why he wanted the clay, was to reenact it for...
There were incisions in the rib cage, as if to inspect the lungs.
Oh god. I can't remove him now for the lungs. Oh, that's her left kidney. Right kidney.
The liver was neatly removed.
God. What is this? Her heart? Spleen.
An organ is missing, apparently. I must specify which organ this is on my list.
The heart. So they removed her heart?
There we are, Watson. We have examined everything. The heart is the only thing missing. 2 uteri, a kidney, and now a heart. He had all the time he wanted in which to disfigure her, cut her up like a piece of meat, and yet took nothing but the heart. What do you think of that, Watson? Watson?
Watson, you're a doctor! Ugh. Oh no.
I dread to think how you'd react if you saw a corpse. I'm returning to Whitechapel, Watson, to Isaac's. If the heart tells you to come with me, if the heart tells you, a little wordplay there.
Oh my god, Sherlock, stick to your day
Let's
job.
go to the cobblers.
To the cobblers.
Let's go to the cobblers.
Beep, beep.
Beep beep.
Evening, Mr. Holmes.
Good evening, Hardiman. Has Abraham Solomonovich still not reopened his shop?
No, not that I know of.
Have you heard anything about the latest murder?
Certainly there is talk of nothing else. Poor girl. I hope they catch the bastard who did it.
Who do you think that could be?
A madman, that's for sure. Everyone in the area is pinning it on a Jew. But I don't believe that for a second.
Why?
Because Jews don't like blood, you see. They're not allowed to eat it, and they have to drain the meat before cooking it. It's true that they eat animals, but they are fanatical about all kinds of silly things. I don't know much about their rituals and all, but I know that a Jewish butcher can't just do whatever he pleases with his knife. He has strict kosher rules to follow.
You seem to be very well informed.
Well, I buy my meat from them too. My clients don't care whether the meat comes from Jews or not. Cats eat it regardless. And let me tell you, I'd go as far as to say that I may even have more faith in a Jew, because even if they don't eat all the offals, a Jew inspects them to see if the animal was in good health. Lungs, for the most part, and as they make up most of my cat's meat, you can see the connection, right?
Jews are allowed to eat offals?
Yes. They eat calves' kidneys, I think.
How big is that? A calf's kidney?
Ah, well, that depends if it's fresh or if it's been marinated in brine or cooked.
When fresh, are they as big as a human kidney?
They would be, yes.
You know, Mr. Hardyman, it's lucky for both of us that the murder that took place in your mother's courtyard was only the Whitechapel killer's third. Had it been the first, I wouldn't be thanking you, as I'm doing now, for all of this important information. Goodbye and take care.
If you say so. Right, farewell, Mr. Holmes.
Let's go to the cobbler's.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Solomonovich.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. If you've come about the business of my cousin, I hate to say...
Before you respond to my request, I must ask you to answer this question of the utmost importance. What offals are Jews allowed to eat?
Well, the same as you.
Kidney, heart, liver?
Yes.
How are they prepared?
Kidneys are boiled, heart is often finely sliced and cooked on a skewer, and liver is always grilled.
These offals, do they come from cattle?
Yes, beef or veal.
And eating non-kosher food would be a grave affair for a Jew, isn't that right?
Yes, it would be very serious. But what are you getting at?
Before you respond to my...
Crap, no.
Well,
kidney?
Yes.
How are
Kidney?
these...
Yes.
I don't know what I'm getting at. I'm so confused.
If I were to tell you what I'm thinking, Mr. Solomonovich, you would pull out your own eardrums to not hear the end of my sentence. It goes against the beliefs of hundreds of members of your community, and for some, perhaps even worse. I will ask you one last time before involving the authorities, who I assure you will be far less discreet than myself. Do you know who the second Joseph is, the Aldgate butcher, who your cousin knows from the Imperial Club?
His name is Joseph Chaim Levy, but I don't know where he lives. I know nothing about him, other than he's a member of the Imperial Club on Duke Street.
That street is after Church Passage, coming from Mitre Square. Am I right?
That's it.
Thank you. You have been an enormous help to both of us. Now, listen carefully. I need you to find 4 or 5 strong men among the members of your family who you trust wholeheartedly, and to wait here with them until my arrival, or you receive a message from me. Is that clear?
But if you will tell me...
Later, Mr. Solomonovich, later. Let's go to the Imperial Club.
Okay.
Ah, there's the Imperial Club. Let's see if I can find Joseph Chaim Levy. Hello, sir.
Hello. Can I help you, sir?
Indeed, I have an urgent message for Mr. Joseph Levy, the Aldgate butcher.
I regret, sir, but Mr. Levy is not at the club at present. You can wait for him if you wish.
I thank you. Do you know where I can find him? His home address, perhaps? It is a very urgent matter.
I am sorry, sir, but we do not give out information regarding the club members to people outside the group.
I understand. I must find a way to enter the Imperial Club without having to go through the entrance hall.
Oh boy. Today, Friday, November 9th, 1888. 9 p.m. informational meeting. Naturalization. How to become a citizen of Her Majesty. The process and its implications. Club members' actions. 10 p.m. open evening with musical accompaniment. Administration will be closed all day.
A note encouraging members of the Jewish community to remain prudent and vigilant after rumors about the Whitechapel murders.
The Whitechapel murders weigh on our community heavily. Consequently, an exemplary conduct must be shown now more than ever, as well as increased vigilance. Okay.
This may come in handy.
Broken hanger?
Judging by the sound of voices and applause, there is a meeting going on at this very moment. I'll have to be very cautious.
Pardon me, sir, but the club is only open to members.
I must find a way to enter the Imperial Club without having to go through the entrance hall.
Well, so maybe we try to do it outside? Around the corner.
Cole, it's a service door and firmly locked. There must be a stockroom in the cellar beneath this room. There's a cellar window behind this barrel, which is preventing me from passing. If I can just get into the coal cellar, I shall be in the place.
Move it.
This barrel is on a wooden pallet, but it is too heavy to be moved. I will need a pivot.
Pivot! Oh. Do you think we combine these? Nope.
There we are. My pivot is in place. Now, let's find something to tip over this barrel. I will need a pivot.
So we need something to tip over the barrel. My hanger's not gonna do the trick. Probably going way out of my way.
I have no reason to go that way.
Okay. Here we go. Whew.
I should be able to make it tip over.
Good job, Sherlock.
Closed. The cellar window is locked from the inside by a simple iron hook. Let's go.
Let's go.
Good. Let's try to find the exit that leads to the club.
All right. What if we start with the steps? Oh, okay. That was easier than I thought.
This may come in handy.
It may come in handy. So there's two doors?
Empty tin cans.
Empty tin cans. I wonder where this door leads to. Come on, Sherlock. Come on. Come on. Rotate it. Come on. I'm scared because there's a door over there
Closed.
too. Okay, that one's closed. Okay. You gotta experiment first. So that must be the way that we came in from? Or the way that we could have come in from?
No, that's not such a good idea. There's a meeting taking place.
Right on. We'll start with this door.
Administration. Perfect. This must be where the information on club members is kept. Administration. Perfect. This must be where the information on club members is kept.
Okay. Is it locked? Administration key. Yeah.
No, that's not a good idea. The watchman is still there. I must find a way to get him to leave his post.
Got it. Let's see what this other door... What the heck? No, dummy. Over here. This other door is for.
The kitchen. It's closed, and besides, I won't find what I'm looking for in there. Let's hope that it really is the key to this door. Administration. Perfect. This must be where the information on club members is kept. A page from an old Yiddish-English dictionary. Court's proceedings. Curious.
Judgment. New court. Tuesday, April 6th, 1886. Before Mr. Recorder. 419 Morris Phillips, 30. Moss Wolf, 16. And Jacob Levy, 30. Stealing 14 pounds of meat of Hyman Sampson, the master of Phillips and Wolf. Mr. Clure, prosecuted. Mr. Moister appeared for Phillips. Mr. Black for Wolf. And Mr. Jorhegan for Levy. Samuel Bacon, City Policeman 941. I received information from my inspector, and on 10th of March at 6:15 a.m., I was watching the prosecutor's shop. Phillips came up to the door and knocked, got answer, and went away. About 2 minutes afterwards, Levy came out of his shop door, which is next door. A post divides them. He knocked at Mr. Sampson's door and went back in at his own door. Came out again in a minute or two, unscrewed the bolt of his shutter bar, and then looked round and knocked at Mr. Sampson's door again. There being no answer, he went down the street 10 or 12 yards to the corner of Stony Lane. Phillips joined him. They conversed and went back to Mr. Sampson's door. Phillips knocked and Levy went in at his own door. The door was open. Phillips went in and turned up the gas. Levy came out of his shop and went into Mr. Sampson's shop, where he had a conversation with Phillips. He came back in about a minute and went into his own shop, where I saw Wolf, who brought a piece of meat from the back of the shop to the door and hung it on a hook just inside the door, and then came out on the footway, looked around, took the meat off the hook, and took it quickly in at Lewis's door and gave it to Lewis. I'm so fucking confused. He then returned to Sampson's shop. I ran into Levy's shop, caught hold of him with the meat in his hand, and asked what he was going to do with it. He said, "We are only having a lark. I'm going to weigh it." I said I did not believe it. I should take him to Mr. Sampson's, which I did, and then took him to the station, where he repeated that it was only a lark. I found... Okay, that's all different money. I found money in his pocket. The meat was 14 pounds of beef. I've been watching since 5:15. It was perfectly light outside at 6:15, but not inside Levy's shop. There being no gas. Cross-examined by Mr. Black, I was in some buildings opposite, lying among some bricks and rubbish, but not within hearing distance. I could not see who opened the door. As the shutters were not down, but Phillips turned the gas up afterwards, we were both in plain clothes. Wolf sleeps on the premise. James Jones, City Policeman 935. I was with Bacon. I have heard his evidence and corroborated. I went into Sampson's shop and saw Phillips and Wolf. I told them I was a police officer and should take them in custody for stealing a piece of beef. Phillips said, I know nothing about it. I came from the back of the shop. Wolf said, I know nothing about it. I took them to the station. Cross-examined by Mr. Black, Wolf did not say, I know nothing about it. I correct myself. He made no reply. Cross-examined by Mr. Jorgihen, I did not go into Levy's shop, nor did I see in as the shutters were up. There may have been a quantity of meat in the background. Hyman Sampson, I am a butcher of 35 Middlesex Street. Phillips and Wolf were my servants. Phillips about 3 months and Wolf about 2 or 2.5 years. I had spoken to the police, and on the 10th of March, about 5 o'clock, I went to a market. I was sent for and came back and found the 3 prisoners in custody. The policeman asked Levy what he intended to do with it. He said that the boy brought it in for a lark and then said, Mr. Sampson, you are not going to do anything with me. The meat was worth 7S, whatever that is. Cross-examined by Mr. Moiser, Phillips slept at the shop on Wednesdays and Thursdays. This was Wednesday morning. He would sleep away from the shop on Tuesday nights. Cross-examined by Mr. Black, I discharged Wolf once and took him back again. I had a place in Goldstone Street for 19 years. I know Binwell, a butcher. I took Wolf from his employment. I never asked for a character. He was only a little boy. I have never found fault with him before. Cross-examined, Levy was there before I came. He has not taken customers from me. I have no animosity against him. I have met him out of business hours. This was not the best meat. A pound, I have some at 11D. Maybe that's 11 pence, I think. Maybe. Levy has never chaffed me and said that his meat was better than mine. He buys from the same killer as I do. That's interesting. I sell more expensive meat than he does, but there has never been no joking about it, nor do we ever bet about it. The Jewish authorities will not give a man a license unless he has an excellent character. And I think that means like character reference. I've accused my wife of robbing me. I did not find out that she had a separate banking account. I did not accuse her before Phillips came into my service. Which that is interesting because for a really long time, I think like it was difficult for women to have different bank accounts and stuff. I may have said at the police court that I accused her 12 months ago. I have not said that if Levy would leave his shop. I would not carry on the prosecution against him. I would not let him off for 10,000 pounds. Re-examined at 6:15 a.m. My 5 employees were on the premise. Levy received a good character. Phillips not guilty. Wolf guilty. Recommended to mercy by the jury. 4 months hard labor. Levy guilty of receiving 12 months hard labor. Dang. Weren't we talking about some of those guys earlier? What? Why did the door do that? Holy shit. I thought we were getting caught. Oh my gosh. Scared the crap out of me.
Some square metal tokens. Curious. There is a document.
Sir, I wanted to let you know that if your club needed kosher meat when you have any special functions, I would be available to furnish it for you. Guaranteed by a complaint abattoir. It will be delivered directly to your society at a time that is convenient. Reasonable prices. Do not hesitate to call upon my services, Jacob Levy. Refused on the advice of Joseph Chaim Levy. So maybe that's why it's sounding familiar. So Joseph Levy refused services from Jacob Levy?
There must have been litigation between Joseph Hyam Levy and Jacob Levy.
Levy. Okay. Something still here? Oh, it's over here.
This must be the club's safe. What I'm looking for is probably inside. I need something.
Do you need these?
This must be the club's safe. What I'm looking for is probably... The lock on this chest is very sophisticated. Let's see.
Uh-oh. Yippee! Once again, what are we doing?
No, that's not it.
So, let me look at this for a second. Because they look like symbols, so maybe all of the symbols need to... So, like, maybe all of the symbols, like, this symbol has to start up top here, and so on and so forth. So we have to figure out a pattern for it. This has got to go along here somewhere. This has got to go along here somewhere. These two have to go together, and this has got to go along the top. So what if it went this and this? Doesn't end with a P on the side. This one does. And then this can technically go on the side there. These. Okay. Oh, we got it. We got it.
Elementary.
Oh, that was kind of a tricky one.
I need something. These documents contain some words in Yiddish, which reads from right to left.
Right to left. Oh boy. So we know from Kabbalah the power of gematria that enables us to count everything in the worlds seen and unseen. Thus we know that Lester counts as 439. And he is blessed because 439 is also, which means the man of God. Dear Joseph, I did the counting of names for our club members, which is as follows. Mr. Bath is 403. Okay. B2, A1, and TH400. Oh no. So I wonder if it goes like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. I don't know. Because TH was then 400. Oh. So, I guess one would be A. So do we put the A there? Okay, it's green. So Mr. Hammer is 356. H is 5. So A, B, C, D, E, F. Nope, that doesn't make sense. So there is a symbol that looks like the 5 for H. So we go there. A is 1. M is 40. M is 40. A. I is 70 and R is 200. Sincerely yours, please. Tell Mr. Muriel that provided his name is spelled. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So this must be an, or is this because it goes this way? Let's look. Well, M was 40. Hold on, I gotta look at this for a little bit. So this and this match. So this is a B. So if M is 40, it's this. So it does. It goes M, going this way. AI is 70. Let me grab a piece of paper. Just in case I need it. So the AI is 70. So we know what this is. AI is 70, which is the Y. When R is the 200. So this is 6. Two hundred. Doing some quick math. I screwed something up because I got 366 instead of 346. M, we know, which is 40. So this is M. I'm assuming that the green arrows are correct. This is 90. So if it went M, U, R, because that matches here 200. Which is this R? Okay. Because sometimes it looks like this. Which that is it. So is that U? Okay. M-U-R-E. L.
Excellent. Now, on to
Okay.
the next step.
Oh god, what was the next step? Who were we looking for again? Abraham? Well, we can look through them all, I guess. Or Joseph. It was Joseph. Okay. Born in Aldgate, 1841. Membership, April 14th, 1887. Home address, 36 Middlesex Street, Aldgate. Profession, self-employed butcher at 1 Hutchinson Street, Aldgate. Dues, 10 shillings, 6 pence. Oh, shillings, I forgot about that. So he's paying his dues.
Here we are. I have the address of this Joseph Hyam Levy, 36 Middlesex Street. Now, let's try to get out of here without being seen.
I have a feeling that's not going to happen. Just a feeling, just a thought.
The kitchen. It's closed, and besides, I won't find what I'm looking for in there.
Maybe we can go out through the other door, the store.
closed.
Always worth trying to go out the way that we came, I guess.
Blast! My exit has been sealed off. The barrel was replaced. I'll have to find another way.
Damn. Dang. Urgh, fine, going to first person. Ah! What's that?
I need something. I need something.
What? Okay, so we're actually grabbing stuff now?
I need something.
Oh, see, I was wondering about
I need something.
that. What is happening? How?
I can't get out through the window. It's blocked and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find another way out.
Okay, what are these? These were the empty cans, right? Empty tins. He needs something, he needs something. Maybe we can go into the kitchen now?
The kitchen. It's closed, and besides, I won't find what I'm looking for in there.
Okay, we'll go back to this other room then. See if there was something we could pick up after the fact.
This may come in handy.
Candlestick? Candelabra? Candlestick?
I can't get out through the window. It's blocked and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find another way out.
So... okay, well that's on fire now. We will be technically causing a distraction with that, right? So let's see, do we place it here?
I need something.
Nope. What about up here?
I need something.
Okay. Well, let's go back downstairs. See if we can grab something down here then, I guess. We have to. There's nowhere else I can go. Okay, yeah, perfect. A hook. Some rope. Bucket. Anything over here to grab? No. Okay. Do we... okay. So now we gotta do a lot of this, like... what do we put here?
I need something.
Okay, it's not the bucket.
I need something.
It's not the tin cans.
I need something.
It's not the lighter.
I need something.
It's not the candle.
I need something.
No, it's not that. It's the rope. Okay. Cool.
I need something. I need something.
We still have rope.
I need something.
Can we put the hook up there? Maybe we hang the bucket from that now?
I need something.
No? What about over here?
I need something.
No? Do more string. Okay. We're building a contraption.
I need something.
Right. Bucket? Bucket.
I need something.
Okay.
I need something.
Not the candle. The tin cans in. I think we're going to put the candle over here and then it's going to burn it. And then it'll drop that and then we'll have our
Now let's
distraction.
quickly hide in administration.
Okay. Yeah, nobody can see you there, Holmes.
Let's visit Joseph Levy at 36 Middlesex Street.
Okay. Ooh, that's really close, and it's in that area.
Here I am in Middlesex Street. Let's find number 36.
Number 36 is gonna be across the street.
Hello, sir. What do you want?
Hello, Ma'am. I would like to speak with Mr. Levy. Do you know if he's in?
I am Mrs. Levy, his wife. He's not arrived yet.
Do you know when he'll be in?
No idea. You know, he works at the butcher's and helps at the slaughterhouse. It often happens that he doesn't come in until early morning and then leaves right away.
Well, listen. As soon as your husband Joseph returns, tell him that...
My husband isn't called Joseph.
You aren't the wife of Joseph Hyam Levy?
No, of course not. I'm the wife of Jacob Levy. Mr. Hyam Levy used to live here with his parents, but he moved.
Mummy, who's the man that you are talking to?
But this poor child has syphilis. He carries the mark on his face.
Leave us,
man.
children. Go back inside with your brothers and sisters.
Yes, Mother.
Huh.
As I was saying, Mr. Hyam Levy doesn't live here. He works in a butcher's near Aldgate, but I don't know exactly where. But if you find him, he will surely live next door. Butchers always live near their work.
Could you possibly give him a message on my behalf?
I don't see him often, and, well, even though we know him, we aren't on friendly terms, you see?
Is he bothering you, Mummy?
No, Simon, not at all.
That's a handsome boy you have. It's strange that he has light hair.
He takes after his father. Strong, with light hair.
Wait, he sounds familiar
Interesting.
to me. A man of about 50 years old, very big, at least 6 feet tall, and left-handed, correct?
You are mistaken yet again. My husband is only 32 years old, no taller than 5'3", and he's right-handed.
Obviously, there are many Levies in the area. I will leave you, and I pray that you will excuse the disturbance. Perhaps we will have the pleasure of meeting again. Farewell, Ma'am.
Goodbye, sir.
Oh. There he goes. Yeah, all this time it could be
Daddy!
a butcher, right? And he's covered
I must
in
return to Baker Street.
he's covered in blood
Let's
all the
go
time.
to Baker Street.
Nobody would ever know, right?
Well, Watson, not looking so good.
Whose fault is that, Holmes? If you hadn't shown me your masterpiece in clay...
My God, Watson, you're a
Some
doctor.
actions
What the
have
heck?
much larger repercussions than would be assumed at first glance. Listen, Watson, in a few minutes I will leave Baker Street in order to meet Jack the Ripper and put an end to his crimes. Beforehand, I want to go over all our discoveries to assure myself that everything is clear.
Jack the Ripper? You know the identity of Jack the Ripper?
Without a shadow of a doubt, Watson, and I assure you that we are in possession of all the elements required to determine who Jack the Ripper is. Would you like to do this work with me? Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson.
Oh, okay. So, Mr. MJ Kelly had her throat slit the same way as the other victims. That goes down here. So, Jack the Ripper had an accomplice. Jack the Ripper could not have committed these 5 murders. Jack the Ripper definitely killed P. Nichols, A. Chapman, L. Stride, C. Eddowes, and MJ Kelly. Okay. Oh my god, are we finishing up the board? MJ Kelly's murderer has a knowledge of anatomy. Ooh, I plugged it all in. All of them go into it. The Whitechapel Killer is a scientist. The Whitechapel Killer possesses a large knife collection. The Whitechapel Killer is or was a butcher. Correct. So many of MJ Kelly's organs were detached. MJ Kelly's lungs were subject to incisions. And MJ Kelly's heart was removed the same way as the other murders. So we have organs were detached, lungs were subject to incisions, and liver and lungs underwent small incisions. The killer hesitated on the organs to remove. The killer wanted to verify the health of his victims. The killer kept going at his victims. Oh, he wanted to verify the health of his victims. Interesting. A. Chapman's uterus was removed and taken. MJ Kelly's heart was removed the same way as the other murderers. And C. Edo's kidney and uterus were removed. The victim each had a deformity. No, I don't think so. Jack the Ripper removed the victim's organs when he could. I think that. And Jack the Ripper lost the organs of some of his victims when he examined them. No, I think he just took them when he could. Okay. The wounds on C. Edo's neck reveal the murderer is right-handed. So they're all right-handed. I thought some of them were... I think this confused me. It's right or left-handed. Like, we didn't know at the time. So he is right-handed. MJ Kelly was disfigured. So Jack the Ripper wanted to give his last victims the appearance of syphilis. Jack the Ripper wanted to rip the faces off his victims, or Jack the Ripper wanted to disfigure his victims in order to cause a sensation. Oh, so maybe his victims... I thought that maybe they... Like, for this one, like, the nose was cut, the eyelids were cut, and the cheeks were slashed. Maybe he really did do that to make it look like they had the appearance of syphilis. Which is correct. Which then leads to... He wants us to compare him to a terminal illness. Jack the Ripper seems like he suffers from syphilis. Jack the Ripper was confronted with syphilis.
Perfect, Watson.
He was confronted with it.
Let's determine who Jack the Ripper is, Watson.
I think it's that Jacob Levy. Where was that board at? Oh, it's right here.
Thus, we have 5 suspects. Let's add the elements that correspond to each of them.
Okay. We have 5 of each, and then there's more. So these were already put in. Jack the Ripper is right-handed. So in this final deduction, oh my god, it's the final one. You must determine who Jack the Ripper is. The 5 principal subjects in the case are represented at the top of the screen by an icon showing their faces. On the left, you have cards showing Jack the Ripper's features. You must assign the features that seem to correspond to the subjects by placing them under their images. The suspects can have between 1 and 10 cards each. To remove a card, click on it one time and then click under the subject to whom you wish to link it. Be sure to not assign anything to the subjects that hasn't been proven. Once positioned, the cards change color. A feature correctly placed is identified by a green color. An incorrectly assigned card is surrounded by red. To solve the puzzle, there should only be the correct cards under the suspects, indicated by a green color. You must remove or replace the cards in red. Once all the cards are assigned to the correct subjects, that is to say, once they are all green, you must place the face of Jack the Ripper on the mannequin on the left. So, some things that we know, okay? Jack the Ripper was confronted with syphilis. So, things that we know, like this guy, we knew his daughter had it, and this guy. Okay. I don't know about anybody else, so I don't want to put anything in. Let's go through it. The Whitechapel Killer is poor. This guy doesn't seem like he'd be pretty poor. This guy seems like he's poor. Walter, I don't think he's poor, yeah. The butcher is working class. He's, you know, probably poor. And same thing with him. Yeah, no, he's not poor. Yeah, that's incorrect. Yeah. Oh. Where are we going? The Whitechapel Killer is or was a butcher. I don't know if he is considered a butcher. I guess so. He is not. Correct? He is not. He's a doctor. He is. And he is not. But we'll place one there just... Oh. Is or was a butcher. Oh, this is the pet store guy. I thought this was the cobbler. But this is the pet store guy. So he was a butcher. That is correct. Jack the Ripper has a score to settle with the Jewish community. I don't think that the doctor would have anything to do with that. I don't know if he would either. No. I don't think he would either. He is a part of the community, though. So that is interesting. And he is also a part of the community. Interesting. Jack the Ripper possesses great and physical force. I don't think that's the doctor. Oh, it is. Oh, I guess it could be. He's a doctor, right? I don't think it's him, though, because he's older. I don't think it's this twerp either. No. He is a butcher, so he could have... Yeah, it's right here. So he could be very, very strong. And it's not him. Maybe it's because he appears to be much older. Okay, the murderer has light-colored hair and mustache. It wouldn't be the doctor, right? He doesn't even have a mustache, so it couldn't be him. He doesn't have any facial hair, can't be him. He did confirm to have the facial hair. Yeah. And we'll try it on him. Incorrect. Okay. The murderer is 5 feet 3 inches tall, so we already know that for Jacob. His wife admitted that to us. For the doctor, incorrect. For the other guy, no. This guy, no. And no. The murderer has workman's clothes, so that's not going to apply to the doctor. It could apply to him. It's not going to apply to this twerp. It can apply to Jacob. And... oh, I guess it doesn't apply to him. Jack the Ripper lives in the ward of Aldgate, so that is him. Oh, so that would only apply to him. We did it. We take his face. Oh my gosh.
And there you go, Watson. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper.
Fantastic, Holmes. And terrifying.
Yes.
But some aspects of this case are still unclear, at least for me.
For example, Watson?
Why does the man only kill prostitutes?
The man kills prostitutes because he blames them for the misery of his life. He must have frequented them assiduously, and, during these nocturnal visits, he contracted syphilis, which he passed on to his spouse, and via her, at least one of his children.
Oh.
He is an angry man in despair following a mistake that cannot be fixed.
Why does he only kill such miserable prostitutes?
He never had the means to afford prostitutes of higher standing than Nichols, Chapman, and the others. At one point in his life he was forced to steal to make ends meet. This indiscretion cost him dearly. He was imprisoned and exiled from his community.
Oh.
He had frequented low-class prostitutes. Thus, it was they who infected him, and they who must pay.
Oh.
But why did he remove the organs?
To take vengeance on his own community, which rejected him and had more success than he. He is a man who bore the burden of a sinister reputation, that of a thief and a
Oh.
madman, because of his internment. So he took his vengeance in the most cowardly and horrific manner imaginable. He rubbed his knife on the uterus of a sick prostitute before using it. He passed Edow's kidney off as a veal kidney.
Oh my god.
Why did he disfigure the faces of the last two victims?
Revenge yet again, Watson. This is what you did to my child. You will suffer the same fate.
And the piece of apron and the message at Goulston Street?
The only reason to have placed the piece of apron incriminating the message and attracting attention towards himself is that the people that Levy holds responsible for his arrest live in this building. The butcher's where he committed the theft is found in Goulston Street, and the majority of the butchers who denounced him surely live close to their workplaces.
But finally, Holmes, why didn't his wife or anyone else notice anything?
His wife has many children and must be very busy. The man is a butcher, which must facilitate things when one is questioned by the police in the street and must justify the bloodstains on oneself. Furthermore, butchers often work during the night, as the meat must be sold fresh each morning. His nocturnal absences were easily justifiable. Finally, he works in the butchers or slaughterhouses. Nothing could be more simple than slipping a kidney in here and using a knife oiled with human blood there.
This story is frightful, Holmes.
Agreed.
Indeed, Watson. Lies, infidelity, venereal disease, murder, mutilation, and finally cannibalism. A complete anthology of what humans at their most vile are capable.
Let's go at once to Whitechapel and put this madman where he can do no more harm, Holmes.
Let's, Watson.
I don't know. I think he's on to us, though. He saw us. I think he's on to it. Where are we? We're gonna have to come to this way, right? It was 36?
I do believe we are not alone. I hope these men won't prevent us from passing.
Me? No. But you, yes, Watson. Your journey ends here tonight.
Pardon?
You're sometimes a little hot-headed. Moreover, Mr. Solomonovich has...
Oh, he
a few things
pulls
to
a
tell
gun
you.
out once
I
and it
would
makes
not.
him hot-headed. Screw you, Sherlock.
You can come in, Mr. Holmes. He's waiting for you inside. Everything was organized according to your instructions. I don't know how to thank you.
Later. Dr. Watson is awaiting an explanation from you.
Is there supposed to be dialogue? I don't hear anything. I'm assuming not, because there's no subtitles? He's demonstrating? This is crazy. This is probably the craziest like Sherlock Holmes game to start your Sherlock Holmes journey in. This is him demonstrating bits from every evidence that we found.
Hello, Watson.
Holmes, have you the slightest idea what you are doing?
I think so, Watson.
Leaving this bloodthirsty pervert at liberty and hiding his existence from the London police? What folly!
What?
Certainly, the police will never find their man, but with so many men deployed, this affair will indirectly have a benevolent effect on the crime in the vicinity.
But Holmes, wait! Justice hasn't been served, and we are accomplices to the fact.
Justice? But I don't serve justice, Watson. I serve truth. And, incidentally, I serve my country, and I don't think that I have ever served it better than today. Imagine if after months of terror and a murder as abominable as that of Miller's Court, we deliver to the English people a man of the Jewish faith, a journeyman and head of family as the guilty party. A man who forced members of his own people to eat human flesh. All of this contained tension would have exploded in a myriad of anti-Semitic acts which would have thrown Whitechapel into a rage of fire and blood.
Oh, God. I didn't know about that.
This man's family, who are completely innocent and have suffered more than their lot, would have been the first in the line of sight. Should we condemn an entire people to shame and promise them 1,000 wounds because one of their members committed an unmentionable crime? Neither I nor you have the right to do so. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, is now in the hands of his own people. I have complete faith in Mr. Solomovich and the members of his community who, I remind you, courageously helped us. They took great risks and acted with the most salutary discretion. And, oh yes, it is understood that you cannot chronicle this investigation. It would be best to invent a story that takes us far from London during the sombre period, in pursuit of, let's see, something challenging. A ghostly dog that glows in the night.
Isn't that the next game that I wanted to play, the point-and-click one?
What will happen now? The police will endure a serious setback and a real loss of credibility. And this man?
Well, a few months after the murders have ceased, the police commission, finding themselves at an impasse, will come up with a story to tell, and everyone will vow that they know the secret identity of the killer without having the right to reveal it. As for Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, he will be imprisoned by his own people. He will pace like a lion in its cage until the end of his days, haunted by his crimes and his insatiable vengeance, until finally the disease which drove him to kill those poor women will finish its work and make him its final victim.
Oh. Well, it was his last crime. On July 29th, 1981... Jacob Levy died of a general paralysis. In the same year, 1981, the police filed away the case for good without explanation. For the general public, the mystery remained unsolved. Jack the Ripper's shadow roams forever in Whitechapel's alleys. Wow, GG's. Because I always knew that he was never caught, but I wonder if they if this was, I mean, it's a video game and a story, but it almost kind of makes you start to wonder, like, is that a bit accurate? Like, did people actually know, but no one ever, like, flat out told the police? And the police just never freaking figured it out? Well, I guess we saw some glimpses of the police in there. They probably weren't of the best competence. But Very cool, very interesting game. This is the first, so I had mentioned before, I had tried playing The Awakened, the original one, and it was really difficult for me to get through because there was no direction, there was no like even like little bits of tutorial like to let me know that I could combine items. I also didn't have that in this game. I just knew that because I had to Google for the other game. No direction on where to go. I felt like I was Googling all the time, and I was like, I don't want to play a game that I have to Google, okay, what do I do next? What do I do next? So I am gonna, you know, play the remake of that later on. I decided to play this one. I thought that this was very interesting story. I enjoyed the deduction board. I enjoyed going through the evidence. I enjoyed a lot of things about this game. I enjoyed the story, even though it was quite gruesome in many places. There were some things that aggravated me at times. I find that I find that that's probably a normal thing because I had to Google a lot of the puzzles. How do I do this? There's no explanation. A lot of people seem to have the same issues. I think it was just something for the times. Hoping that the next games are a little bit more informative about what to do and where to go and what the frick they want from the puzzles. But overall, pretty cool game. And I am excited to try out the next one.